Hi. Drew, you suck.
What did I
It
do?
was the fastest
What a
countdown
way to
known
start.
to man.
Drew's like, okay, we're gonna start.
5, 4,
Go, and I was
2,
like, what the heck? I'm in the middle of drinking. I spilled on my
It's
shirt.
so fitting.
Hi guys.
I apologize.
Welcome to
wasn't looking at you.
2021. Hi, welcome back. We're so excited to be here. Happy New Year's to everybody. This is really gonna bother me. The little drop in my shirt. Can you see that? I don't know if the stream can see that.
No.
No, you're
That's
like
so
10 miles away
you're
from the camera,
very
so
far
you're good.
away.
That's
You're
a
so
terrible-
tiny.
It
You're
is
like
so tiny.
a
As
little
you can
fairy.
see, it is a little fairy. As you can see, some things have changed. I moved. Ryan moved. So we're in a little bit of a different spot. I'm getting that all figured out. Grant is moving to Louisville next week. And
No,
Hannah
this
is
week.
moving this week.
Yeah.
And Hannah is moving to New York this week. So things are crazy. We're moving around and we're doing our best to kind of adjust and still get a play and stuff like that. But just be aware of that. And there is potential for a couple of our cast members to potentially be missing next week. Hopefully not. We're going to try and make it work, but there's just potential for that. So we may or may not get to stream next week. We probably could do something, but we might not be streaming this. We're not quite sure yet. Just depends. We're going by the seat of our plans. Just be ready. But yeah, otherwise, Happy New Year. We hope that you guys had very merry holidays with whatever you celebrate. Yeah, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I'm very excited to stream tonight. I have missed you guys so much. I feel like I haven't seen you in 2 weeks, and it makes me sad.
It
I
feels
missed
like
you guys.
It feels like a long time.
it feels
does
like
feel
so
like a long
much
time.
longer than 2 weeks.
It's
It's
been
so
too
strange.
long.
Yeah,
I'm
it's super weird.
experiencing the emotion that some may call fear.
Oh,
Oh yeah, there's a black dragon.
yeah, that's fine. We'll get to that in the recap. It'll be great. Is there anything else that we wanted to talk about before we got started streaming?
If you haven't already, check out our merch store.
Yeah, definitely go
Get
check out our
yourself a
merch store.
Yeah.
Christmas present.
With all that Christmas money that you guys got, go buy yourself a gift. You deserve it. 2020 sucked. You need a little ginger in your life.
Yes, you need
That's
pocket
true.
ginger in your life.
Or a very comfy shirt that apologizes to everyone in your party for what you said while you were roleplaying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I know we gotta get
All
started,
this
but
stuff.
can I say, DJ, you look mighty lovely with your hair up and with your ginger shirt. It's a wonderful combo. The ginger shirt looks especially fantastic, and it's available
Yes.
on our merch store.
It is available
Also.
on our merch store. Shout out to Lydia for designing this. Oh my gosh.
Wow!
She's
Shout
amazing.
I shouted out.
Good job. Way
You could
to
also,
self-promo.
Should
if
we
you're
play
a
everything
D&D?
so-
get yourself a neat hat.
Wait,
There's
we're
a hat.
playing D&D, Grant?
Yeah, maybe we
Oh,
should
yeah,
play
that's what the
D&D.
stream is
That's
about,
like
right?
That was
that's
unclear.
like what we do, right?
Guys, let's just play some Minecraft,
Yeah.
am I right?
Hey,
I thought
that
we were
is
split.
coming. That is to be announced. Okay, shush, shush. We're working on it. Okay, a little teaser for you guys. But yeah. Anyway, we'll quit messing around and actually get around to our show and pretend to be professional. Let's get
Ooh.
started with episode 14 of the Paper Dungeon.
Welcome to Nicomuras, a world full of sprawling cities and dark secrets. In the wake of the trial, a divine act of righteous judgment, the world has been launched into an era of rebirth. But there are those who still lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us across the continent of Talira, from the deserts of Elon Ryan to the fields of Rivaluna. Deep in the Bloomrose Ocean and high above the Alisar Mountains, our story will see our adventurers through glory, fear, and fortune as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon.
All right. So, before we left for our winter break, our final episode was very exciting. It started with our two paladins, or I suppose not our two paladins, but two paladins taking their oaths. Cather and Kiyomura had gone to a grave site or a mass burial site for traitors of the state known as Kalivorn. And that is where Kiyomura very ceremoniously took his oath, and Cather then took his as well, being visited by his three gods and gifted many boons. After that, they rejoined the party, and the party decided to head to Katin, where Riniya's mentor, Lada, currently resides. Someone that they thought that they could at least go to find answers on to how to remove a curse that Havel has been fighting off a little bit, a curse that removes the skin and muscles from himself, leaving just the skeletal remains, still functional, but not as useful. The rough estimate being a week that they had in time before it reached his vital organs and he would die. And so Kiyomura then decided to return to La Stella, his homeland, and was not going to continue to join you guys for the rest of your little adventure. And so Kiyomura left, departing with you guys, or seeing you guys off at the gates of Athala, and you begin making your way along the Obsidian Road, making your way west towards the coast where Katin was. As you guys traveled for a few days, there were a few different things that you encountered, mostly conversation, before eventually on your third day, the morning of your third day, you awoke to conflict and frustrations with the rest of the party, causing arguments, which apparently brought the attention of a black dragon. As you guys were beginning to move out, you could see fields of gravel and rock begin tumbling down the mountainside that you're traveling next to. And as you begin making your way, I believe Edward and Cather, you two saw it first, being at the back of the group. You both turned to see the large draconic head of a black dragon making its way down the side of the mountain before sliding down, and with a gigantic roar, it started heading towards you. And that is where we left off. So I need everybody to roll initiative.
What a way to start. Dad, I'm scared.
I know.
I'm scared, Dad. Dad, don't do this, please.
All right. That's very good.
Mine's okay.
Page. Let me pull it up real quick.
Not bad at all.
First dice roll of 2021.
Hey.
Oh yeah,
Is it good?
Mine's
think
so average, dude.
Be careful with that, DM. We can see your book.
Mine was.
Hey, I'm
mine
going
was
to a
decent.
black dragon. In case you didn't know.
For
Spoiler.
future reference.
Spoilers.
In case you didn't know. Where the heck is it? Oh, there it is. Okay.
This needs to be a segment of the show where DJ just flips through a book. We'll
Right,
have a
yeah.
12-hour stream where DJ's just flipping through books. That sounds great.
The most
And
ASMR channel.
With my
I'd watch
brand
Paper
new
dungeon
dice.
ASMR.
Just the
Right.
dice tower and the books.
That's
Ooh, yeah. Okay.
How is that feasibly possible?
25 to 20.
23.
Oh.
So it sounds like Melora hasn't changed in the new year.
Melora's still coming out hidden. You know,
19
hard.
to 15.
18.
16.
Havel. Riniya.
Did you wait? I'm sorry. I was looking at something else. Did you say 2015?
Yes.
Okay, I got 15.
What did you get, Riniya?
16.
Okay, so then Cather. Okay, 14 to 10.
13.
Also 13. You probably have
Uh,
a higher dex than me.
Yeah,
My
who has a high
dexterity's
dex?
14.
My dexterity is 12.
Okay,
Nice.
so then Edward and Tarak. I believe that's all of you crazy kids. Cool. So, Melora, you
Right.
are fuming. You're pissed, okay? Cather didn't tell you that there were acid pools, you know. Was it Cather and Havel or Cather
And
Tarak?
Havel.
Yeah,
Yes.
Havel.
Yeah, they were just
Neither
chilling.
of them thought to tell us.
They didn't bother
Found
to tell you. You and Riniya had to deal with the fact that these were things that you had to discover, only to find out that they're already discovered, and it's not a big deal apparently. Like, you're just spewing, okay? And you know that there's rock slides. You're trying to get the group moving, but they're just not moving quite fast enough. And you turn to yell at Edward, and you like go, and your breath immediately cuts off as just past Edward, you see the looming figure of probably one of the largest creatures you've ever seen. You've heard stories of dragons. You've heard the tales of their destruction. You've never seen one before. And this huge, monstrous, draconic creature is now looming down the hillside, coming towards you guys, probably about 60 or so feet away from you guys.
Fantastic.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'll take out my bow and my arrows
nice.
for sure.
Yeah.
And I'll probably tell Edward to duck, and I'll try to take a shot.
Okay, go for it.
All right. Ooh, natural 20.
Ooh, that hits.
What the heck?
Clean.
I mean, it's
All
Aurora,
right.
guys. Are any of us
Are
really
we surprised? Let's be honest here.
None of us will
All
get
right.
a turn.
Dragon's dead, right?
So that is 13 plus 5, so that's 18 damage.
Very nice.
If only she hunter's marked.
Oh, you're right. But I think I have to Hunter's Mark for like the next turn. It would apply, I think.
It's a bonus
Yeah,
action,
it's
so
just a bonus
as long
action.
as you cast it.
Then I will do that for my next shot.
There you
Okay,
go.
perfect.
Perfect.
And remind me,
Yes,
do I have to do
assigned.
anything with 100 mark?
Basically, I just get to deal extra damage, and
That's always
if I
fun.
make perception or survival checks to find it, if it happens to run away, then I'll have advantage.
Okay, perfect.
Now it's
Fantastic.
we're
It's
waiting
not like
until
it's
the
not like a
next
wisdom
turn to
save
do
or
that.
anything.
We
No.
don't
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
kill
yeah.
it on the first round.
Good job.
Right.
You're doing great.
You're just
All
being
right,
nice.
that is my turn.
Perfect. Awesome. After that is Havel. Havel, you were just in front of Cather, and you turned to yell at them as well, just begging them to shut up. You know, just get some peace and quiet finally. And you see the same thing. You see, as you turn around, you can see Cather and Edward both staring in fear and shock as this bolt goes whizzing past you into the face of a dragon just around here, managing to chip a scale, but really not doing a whole lot of damage, it looked like.
Right. So
But
I'm
roll
going
when
to
you
do
crit.
I'm going to do the smart thing, and I'm going to move away from the dragon.
Okay. How much feet do you use? How much feet? How much
How-
movement do you use?
How many feet is?
Yes.
Well, that depends. How far away is the dragon currently?
The dragon's about 60 feet away from you.
It's about 60 feet. Okay. So, I'm actually going to here. Un momento, por favor. I got the new skill, and I gotta make sure it works the way I think it does. Okay. So I'm actually. Why not? As I'm walking back, I'm going to nudge into Cather, and use my action, to use the help action and just go, hey, try to swing for the place where he got shot, and then just gonna take a couple more steps back. All of my movement gonna be within 30 feet of the rest of the group, and I'm gonna scream out and I go, oh, and Melora, aim for the eye, and use my bonus action to also give you advantage on your next attack.
Well, okay. Very nice. So action,
I'm
bonus
just-
action, and movement. I think that's everything, right?
I'm just done. Yep.
All right.
I'm
Sweet. So remember
Yeah.
that, Cather
Cather
and
and Melora
Melora,
have
you both
advantage.
have advantage on your next attack. Riniya, you are next. What are you gonna do?
Oh gods, okay. This never works, but I'm gonna try it anyway, and I'm going to try to cast command and tell it to leave.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw, right?
Yeah.
What's the DC?
14.
Okay, he got a natural 19,
Okay.
but he does have a +0 to his wisdom, so
Oh,
just keep that in mind.
You just wait. One of these days, it's
One
gonna
of these
work.
days, it's
One
gonna
of these
work,
days
and it's gonna be the
it'll
most
work.
epic thing, and that's gonna be so heartbreaking for me. So you reach out, trying to call upon Malice to help you with this entity in front of you, and you go to almost push your will onto it, and it just kind of looks at you and almost smiles, before beginning to spread its large black wings, hints of bronze coloring at the bottom of it, and it flaps once and flaps twice, just barely coming off the ground. Are you going to do anything else with your turn?
I don't think so.
Okay, awesome. That brings us to Katin.
Dad, I'm scared. Okay, so
Mom, pick me up.
what I'm going to... Okay, so it looks like we're trying to fight this thing. Doesn't look like we're trying to run. So
You did shoot it with an arrow.
I'm going right. I wish. I'm going to move. Is it next to me, basically?
It's 60 feet away from you.
Oh, it's 60 feet away from me.
Yes.
Sprint.
Do it. Run all the way. You can see that it has spread its wings and it's currently about 5 feet off the ground at the moment.
Nice, solid. Well, crap. That just changes what I was going to do. That's unfortunate. I cry.
I cry. I always try.
I mean, I don't even think I have any more javelins.
You always have javelins.
I don't actually. I use.
It's like an infinite number of javelins.
think I
They
do
don't-
He proceeds.
Oh,
He walks
okay.
up to Melora and says, "Hey, can I borrow this?" Takes her bow and shoots it.
No, they do the
Cather's not
pool
dexterous
thing where
enough.
he reaches around. No, correction. She
Oh.
reaches around and teaches him how to use it.
Well, okay. To be fair, technically speaking, I would know how to use it. It's
You
just a
wouldn't know how to
matter
use the bow.
of just
You just don't have
having
one.
Yeah.
Now, arguably, I feel like most people and children know how a bow works, right?
Well,
I
yes,
mean,
but Cather
it's
is in
just a
fact
question.
trained in a bow.
But it's about the proficiency. Are you good with it?
Are you comparing Cather
Maybe-
to a child? Because if so,
Yes.
I'm here for it.
Of course you are.
Kinda cute.
All right, what you gonna do, Cather?
I don't know. That's. I don't have.
just
I don't have
stalled for,
anything.
like,
I don't have
40
any
seconds.
range things. I don't have anything that's range, like anything at all.
Oh.
So here's what I'm going to do.
Ooh,
I'm going
you found
to-
something.
I'm going to hold my action
Okay.
in case it gets into range at some point for me to hit it with my sword.
Okay.
I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Shield of Faith.
Okay. Beautiful.
And then
Well
I'm
done.
going to
Good.
do what I can to veer slightly away from the party. That way we aren't all clumped.
Okay. So how far away do you get?
Like 25 feet away?
Like towards Havel, like in front of them, or off to the sides?
Like to the side.
Okay, perfect. So everyone's kind of standing in line. Havel having like booked past everybody to go further down the road, and you watch as Cather kind of gets ready and takes a few steps off to which side of the road do you go on? When you're looking at the dragon, do you go to your right or to your left?
To the left.
Okay, so towards the mountain then.
Sure.
Okay, cool. So, Cather takes a few steps towards the mountain, getting close to a boulder, almost so that he could potentially maybe jump off the boulder and strike, but not. We'll have to see.
Sure.
As he does that, the black dragon curls and flaps its wings 2, 3, 4 more times, rising off the ground before shooting them back, and almost like an arrow comes whizzing towards you guys. As he does it, he opens his jaw, and little goops of green acid begin dripping from it, and this line that goes right down the middle of the road, just this stream of acid goes shooting towards you guys. Havel and Cather, you do not need to make the save, but I will need Riniya, Tarak, Edward, and Melora to make a dexterity saving throw.
DJ, how long did you spend practicing that gloopy noise?
I've had 2 weeks to practice.
Hey, DJ.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. Hold on. I'll wait.
See what you roll first.
Ominous.
No. It is. I'm not seeing to see what I roll.
All right, what you guys get?
I got a natural 20.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I got
Thank
to
you.
16.
Golf claps.
Okay.
I got an 8.
Okay.
Okay, so this is where my question comes in.
Yeah.
So I was standing next to Riniya.
Uh,
Aw.
Would I be able to take the brunt of the damage to give her advantage on the save. Use my reaction, kind of step in front of the acid.
I will say, yes, if you use your reaction, actually, go ahead and make another dexterity saving throw for me.
Groovy. I managed to tilt die on it. Oh my god, I did it again.
Nice.
Okay, 19.
Proud.
Okay, yeah, so I'll say that you were able to step in front of her, so she's whatever damage she's going to take. So if she fails, she'll take half damage like she would if she failed, or if she succeeded. And if she succeeds, she'll take a quarter of the total damage.
Awesome.
Sound fair?
Protect the healer.
100%.
Okay,
We
1,
must.
2, 3, 4, 5. And what did you get for your save, Aaron?
Oh, my save? Oh, geez. I hadn't even rolled it. It's like a 3.
Okay. Let me just pull out 11 dice real quick.
Mine has been changed to a 22.
Ooh.
Incredible.
Okay, so you will take half.
lives.
You take quarter damage, Lydia. Okay.
Oh,
This is
man.
very exciting.
Also, because
We didn't need to see that, DM. You didn't have to show all the dice. I think we already know how
Oh,
the
God.
position that we're Oh, in, no. alright?
DJ, because the
That's
dragon
cruel.
is big and fat, when he flew by towards the rest of the party, did he by chance get into range with me?
No, I feel like it's like, so we're like here, the dragon's here, beam of death. So it's
DM,
like,
Right.
I mean, sure. I'm just
He
asking.
just
though.
slobbered on us.
DM, does Drew get vicious mockery because he called the dragon big and fat, and I felt hurt for the dragon?
I agree. First of all, this is 2021. We don't fat shame here, all right, Drew?
Yeah, come on.
No.
Come on, Drew.
It was
Together.
not shaming. It was purely, is he
Body
big enough that he's
positivity
close
across
enough to me
species,
to hit me?
alright?
Or I can hit it.
Is he?
40.
How wide is this boy?
40,
Yeah.
40.
I'm asking how thick he is. Really.
Hey,
See,
it's a
that
good thing I
could've
rolled. I rolled one less than the average damage. Okay.
Oh
So-
dear.
Total
That's-
damage is 48 damage. Have that to 24 for everyone that succeeded. Lydia, you take 12 damage.
Guys, I would be so dead. I would have been so dead right there.
Ryan, why do you think I did everything I could to dodge?
We're almost
That
level
was
3.
so close. Like, if I failed that and, like, Tarak didn't help me, I would have been 2 hit points away from just dying. Like, dead.
Well,
Oh, no,
I'm down.
someone update
so...
Nightbot.
Oh yeah, Edward also doesn't have a turn because Edward's also down.
So Edward is down. Who else is down?
Wait.
So
No.
Tarak and Edward are down. Okay.
Guys, I don't fight. Guys,
Most
Wait.
Havel's not good at this
utilizable
whole
members
fighting
of the
thing.
party.
Guys, it's fine. It's
So-
fine. It's
You
fine.
guys stand in line. Melora, you let off a bolt as it's kind of coming towards you. Kathy, you could almost see it coming. You knew what was about. So you step to the side, preparing to swing, and as you do, it goes whizzing past you, faster than you can actually react to swing at it. Even though it's not close enough, but even still, you couldn't react fast enough.
Yeah.
And as it goes whizzing past, you watch as 5 of your friends or 4 of your friends get drenched in this green goo that covers and immediately starts singeing and smoking. Ginger's fine.
Okay, thank you.
That immediately starts singeing and smoking. Tarak, having stepped in front of Riniya, and also almost pulling Edward back just a little bit, managing to take most of the acid. So Riniya only has a little bit on her arms as she kind of got like braced herself a little bit. You watch as Tarak immediately like sits there and looks at his hands before passing out, immediately followed by Edward. So now you can see as Melora begins to like scrape this off her, and Riniya begins to like look in shock as Tarak, the dragon, goes down and past you, Havel, before swooping up high into the air, 20, 30, 40 feet high into the air, and beginning to arch back around. That's the dragon's turn. Edward, it is your turn. I'll need you to make a death saving throw.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those. Let's see if I die. Well, I rolled an 8, so that's not
So that's one death saving throw.
that's not like
Nice.
a 1, which is good.
That's true. That is good. Tarak,
Yeah.
it is your turn. I will need you to make a death saving throw.
That's a nat 1.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh,
So
no.
that's
What the heck?
2 death saves. Woo!
It's good to know that neither I nor Hannah have changed in the oncoming year.
Hey,
Okay.
guys, F in the chat.
Hey,
Alright.
Riniya, is your mentor also good at resurrections?
Let's not
That's so
jump
funny.
that far. Right? It's only round 1 of combat.
Yeah, right? That's exactly what I'm saying, Grant.
Well,
It's only
well,
round 1 of combat.
It is your
DM.
turn.
My turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no.
So do
Remember,
do
you
I have a
have
shot
advantage to
if
hit.
it's I know, but if it's that high in the air, do I have a shot?
Yeah, it's probably about 40 feet away from you. So yeah. you have a shot.
Alright, I'll try. I had another alternative in case, but I might save it just in case.
You know, hold out the big guns for when it really gets bad.
But right.
For when it lands on
No,
the
right?
Right.
Is this gonna be another replay of
Right.
Between the Rows?
So-
We don't
It
talk
is.
about that.
Nope, that is if I can wow. 25 to hit.
Ooh, you definitely hit, girl. Yeah.
Right.
Ah.
Nice. Okay, that is 10 damage
Okay, very
plus. Well, that could have been better. Plus 1 additional piercing damage. So 11 total.
Perfect.
1 of Hunter's Mark.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
then I would like to disperse as well. Actually, okay, so my movement is 35. Is there a way to move half of that if I pull Edward with me? Okay,
I'd say you
I'd
can do
like
that.
I'd like to pick him up and try to just take him out of the way, out of the acid.
Yeah.
Just in case.
You go up to Edward and watch as he's unconsciously still writhing in pain.
Oh, God.
Like his body is still physically reacting to being seared, even though like mentally he's not there.
Right.
But you managed to go and grab his wrists, which thankfully were kind of covered by Tarak when he kind of pushed them to the side, so they're not covered in acid. And you grab his wrists and start dragging him away. I'll say 20 feet just to be even towards Cather. So you're about 10 feet away from Cather. So
Okay, great. That's my turn.
perfect.
Can
Awesome.
I actually tell
Yeah.
Ginger to get out of my
Yeah,
pocket?
100%.
Okay.
She immediately jumps out and kind of begins dancing down your shirt to avoid low pools of acid before disappearing into the rocks.
Great. Thank you.
Awesome. Havel, it is your turn.
I know you did do that with advantage, right? The attack. Okay.
I
was just
got
making sure.
10 and then I got a 17.
Okay,
Nice.
I'm just making sure, just double checking. Well, this is just a mess now, isn't it?
Yes.
How far away is the dragon?
The dragon is about
Probably still
20
60,
feet
right?
to your, yeah, 20 feet to your right and 40 feet up, so about 60 feet or so.
Probably okay. Eh. I don't know what I can do, guys. I'm just a rouge. I'm just
You could
a little
you
little
could,
rouge
you
boy.
could throw a dagger at it.
Get your
You know?
friend to help. Hmm?
You have lots of those
That
now.
is-
Just kidding. That got you into trouble already.
Wait, what?
Right?
I missed that part.
Am I remembering
Listen.
correctly?
What did you say?
Listen,
Moving on.
Yes and no. It was a mutual
Stop.
benefit.
stop adding me, Dad.
All right, what you gonna do, Havel?
Can I pay the dragon off?
We'll pull out Tasha's and look at parlaying with big bad evil guys.
Can I request a parlay?
Parlay.
I mean, you could,
Um,
technically, it is an intelligent creature.
Look, I'm saying, what if it's nice? What if it's friendly?
It's
I think we can
I mean,
determine
it-
that
it-
it's not.
What if
Look,
it thought we
about
were
to die.
trying to steal a toward or
Technically,
something?
we landed the first blow, and by we I mean Melora.
I was instinctively reacting to a dragon flying towards me.
Well,
I
this is
apologize.
Melora's fault.
If
So
if
it's Melora's.
All right.
Edward
If you
wow.
if you want to place
blame
blame
game.
somewhere, you can place it on me. We can talk about that later. You're still unconscious.
Yeah, we
I
can talk
can't-
about it if I wake
Thanks
up.
for saving me,
DM,
Melora.
I can't wear the helm, correct?
No,
We've
you had them adjust it. You cut it off, right?
I don't remember if I did that. I remember us talking about me doing that. I don't think I ever actually did that.
Okay,
This
well
is
then
the
no, you
part where
can't.
You say yes.
you cannot use the helm then.
That makes me cry because I don't speak Draconic, and I don't think this thing knows how to speak Common very well.
It speaks common just fine.
Most dragons
Okay.
speak both.
Well, maybe if
Okay.
you didn't call it a thing, it would be more willing to parlay.
Wow.
Okay, fine.
What are you
General
gonna say?
neutral pronouns. They may not speak common very well. I'd prefer to speak in their common tongue, which is draconic, Aaron. Does that make you feel better?
Yes, it actually very much does. Thank you.
So, what are you gonna do?
Well, one bonus action. I'm going to go. um, help action bonus action help action. To Melora, it'd just be like, "You got it, Melora. Go for the other eye." And then I'm going to use my actual action to go. So, talking about eyes, you are a very gorgeous creature and far more superior than all of us. By any chance, would you be willing to mayhaps parlay? Can we have a discussion? I can pay you. I can add to your egregious hoard. I can do something for you.
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh my gosh.
Do we have
And the nice thing
flat
is there's a nice little thing right here for that set the DC for me already. So yeah, persuasion check.
Is it actually flat persuasion?
Well, no, it's a relevant ability check. So I'm gonna say
Okay.
persuasion.
Okay. Wait, let's see how fat this is. 1 second, guys.
You got it.
I gotta look at my skills. Then I look at the big boy number, and it's a 25.
Nice.
Oh,
Please, DJ, please. You've worked so hard.
Cool. What else are you doing on your turn?
I get on my knees and I prostrate. I'm just going to beg. I'm gonna start begging. Can I
Okay.
beg for my life?
Bonus
Are you-
action beg. We need to have a list
No,
of
that
our
is my
bonus
action.
actions.
Action, beg. Begging is a
actually,
full
you
action.
have to be I'm pretty sure that's a kobold.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a kobold.
They're allowed to grovel.
That is an
Yeah.
action.
Gosh,
I don't
that's
even.
amazing.
I'm going. You've now seen twice that Havel has been feared for his life, and it's
Afraid-
Oh,
being afraid for
he's
his life?
begging. He's not praying.
No, no.
No,
No, but you said feared for his life versus being afraid for his life.
Okay,
Anyway,
anyways.
Anyway.
Regardless.
Got him.
Naya, it is your turn.
Okay, I need to be reminded how the rule of casting multiple spells, because I always get it mixed up.
So-
If the cast, sorry,
No, you're fine. Go for it.
if the casting time is one bonus action, then you can also cast a cantrip. Perfect. Okay, how far away did Melora take Edward?
20 feet.
Perfect. Okay. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use my my bonus action to cast Healing Word
Mhm.
for Tarak.
Okay, perfect.
Hey.
And that fell off my desk. That
Count it.
is 6.
Okay.
Woohoo.
And then I am going to hurry over to Edward
Mhm.
and tap his shoulder and do spare the dying.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
I am going to look around and see, do I see anywhere that we can duck and cover
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
tuck away or
Yeah,
something?
100%. Yeah, there's several large boulders and outcrops and stuff like that you could hide behind, stuff like that. You did use 20 feet of your movement to get over to
Mhm.
Edward, so you still have 10 more feet of movement. But yeah, I would say probably, let's say 10 feet away, there's a boulder that you could go hide behind.
I'm gonna go there.
Okay, perfect. You go and you sprint. First thing you do is you kneel just in front of you and rest your hands on either side of Tarak, doing that familiar incantation, and watch as the purplish energy imbues into his face, almost like that mask that rests over his face before eventually soaking in, and he takes a breath. And as soon as he does, you sprint over to Edward and just tap him on the shoulder, as he's going, and immediately he starts to breathe a little bit easier. His body immediately relaxes just a little bit and is no longer in quite a cataclysmic state. And then you sprint over behind this boulder, and as soon as you do, you feel something crawl up your leg, and Ginger goes rushing up to your neck and is just like holding it around you.
Okay, I'm holding on very tight to Ginger.
Are you gonna do anything else in your turn?
That's all I can do.
Okay, perfect. Katin, you have watched as Melora has dragged Edward over, quickly followed by Riniya, who just taps Edward on the shoulder before going and hiding behind a boulder about 20 feet down the road towards the dragon, towards Havel and the dragon, towards where you're going, west, whatever. And you stand in front of another boulder, almost to the point that you could get on top of it if you went around. What are you going to do?
You also witness Havel get on his knees and start talking to
Yes.
the dragon.
Exactly. You do watch as Havel begins to beg.
Yep. That's wonderful.
Listen, sir, I know a lost cause.
So, I am just going to wait. Because, again,
Okay.
it's 40 feet in the air, so I can't hit it. So I'm going to, again, hold my action. And maybe move a little closer to the boulder.
Which boulder?
The boulder I'm nearest.
Okay. Do you want to get on top of it?
boulder.
That's not just the boulder.
It's a rock!
Right.
I hate
Oh
all
my
of
God.
us.
He's tried these
And yeah,
I
I'm just
hate all
gonna
of
hold
you
my
too.
action yet again.
Are you getting on top of the boulder?
No.
Okay, cool.
And I'm gonna wait for either A, it to attack Havel, or I will attack it if it lands and it's within range and it starts to attack us again.
You are, just so you're aware, you're about 50 or so feet away from Havel.
It's okay. Let the
Because
dragon
you
take
ran
me.
20 feet to the right, and
Right.
or 20 feet to your left, and he ran 30 feet forward.
Yeah.
So you're about 50 feet or so away from him.
Well, that's
Drew, I'm
fine.
presenting myself to the dragon on purpose. This is okay. Just let it happen.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it happen. Everyone else is near where I am. Everyone else is
Aside
near
from
where I
Tarak
am.
and Melora.
On the bright side,
Oh,
you guys
no,
don't
no.
have to worry about
It's
me
just
if a
dragon.
dragon takes me away.
I mean, worry about you? I mean, we'll still worry about you.
I feel like we have a list of things to worry about when it comes to
So-
Havel at this point.
But yes,
You-
otherwise
I
I
think-
all
Don't need a
that-
dragon added to the list.
I think that's big words coming from someone that I almost seduced their mom. Like, I'm just saying. Like,
Pulled out the arms.
Daddy!
Dang, man.
Our-
Dang, man. Big words coming from someone who's got
Bro, I'm like
got a
down.
broken family. I don't know, man. I just
Down.
Edward's
was-
literally unconscious, and you're out here doing your mom
dude.
jokes to him.
All right,
like,
So
moving on. Let's play
you guys
D&D, right?
all watch for just a second. You hold your breath as this dragon curls around and goes up and up and up, and eventually it rests just in front of the sun. And it comes down and down and down, straight down to the point that it's blocking out the sun over you, Havel, until you can see nothing but the bronze-colored underside of its belly. And you can see different things almost embedded in its stomach, on its underside, different gems and trinkets and gold, all these different adornments adorning its underside before it lands on you. Not on you, but just over you. You all watch as Havel disappears in this massive dragon. And it lands, so you're just above its, just beneath its chest. And it takes one step back, 2 steps back, and just curls its head around to the point that its neck surrounds you. And it sits there with, you can see one large, bright, actually blue eye staring at you on your level. What do you have to offer me?
Hello, my name is Havel Sigurd. I'm a man of many talents. I suppose I'm not one to really make requests per se. What can I do for you, my fine dragon?
He looks you. He literally just checks you out. He looks you down and up and down. You are small. And he curls his head back around and takes another step forward. And lifts his head all the way up before crashing his head down around you, just next to you, almost like he's about to eat you, causing you to fall over down onto the ground, onto your butt, onto your hands and knees, looking up at this thing. And he kind of chuckles. You can do nothing. You are all beneath me. I don't know where he went.
He's on the ground on his butt.
He's on the ground on his knees.
The camera angle didn't take into account the dragon.
Ryan?
Anyway, guys, so
Ryan?
D&D
So anyway,
Beyond.
yeah.
Fantastic service. We use it for every gosh dang time
Are
we
you
stream.
promoting Squarespace right now?
No.
D&D
I
Beyond.
thought
Why would I
Why
ever
did I
do
hear
that?
Squarespace?
Because you're a
Ryan,
freak.
if you can hear us, just type what you want to do in the chat.
I'm gonna have to hang up some Christmas lights with the alphabet
Hey,
next
we'll
to
be right
them.
back.
All right, guys. So
guys.
things that you can do
Oh dear.
in the meantime.
Oh, we
no.
officially disconnected.
Oh,
Let's go to break
so,
for a tad
so
bit, right?
when charming a dragon, it's always good to have a plan of like what you're going to offer them. I
Right,
think is the
yeah,
lesson
yeah.
we can take away here.
For most bards, it's themselves.
It's themselves, which I
Yes.
actually think
Do
for
I
a
have-
moment
do I
this
still
dragon
have?
was personally considering.
Here.
Um,
We'll do this.
100%.
We'll do this.
I mean, have you seen Havel?
Have you
He's
seen
a sexy,
Havel?
sexy
He's a
tiefling.
sexy
Good point.
tiefling. So,
we're gonna
so
do
I
this.
think for a moment he considered that there was something other than a monetary value to that he could
Is
give
this
him.
foreshadowing that Havel is about to multi-class in Bard? Because that was
It's either that or draconic heritage sorcerer.
Yeah.
That's the only
That too.
other path I can see.
Or he's just gonna be soaking in dragon's blood later and become half dragon. I mean, that's
why
an
not?
option.
One of the two.
Yeah,
I
that's an
mean,
option as
I
well.
don't know if it'd be dope.
These are all options.
I mean, it would
Cool.
involve a lot of like not so good things. I don't know if the bath would actually be relaxing, but the effects of it after would
Right.
be quite
Would
good.
be
It's
kinda
actually
cool, right?
surprisingly exfoliating.
Really?
So I didn't know that
You know, that
dragon
makes a lot of
blood
sense,
made
actually.
you part dragon. Or
You
is
have
that
to
like
soak in like 6 ounces of it for like 6 hours or something, and then you can become half.
6
dragon.
ounces is like a cup, right?
No, I think it's more than that. I think the 6 was coming from 6 hours in my head, but
I
it's
got
this
you.
meme on
It's
TikTok
probably
right
like
now.
20 gallons.
It's an
It's like
indeterminate
rest your
amount of
hand in a
blood.
cup.
Like if
Yeah.
you just
Right.
if you basically Luke like instead of being put inside of a tauntaun, you just cut a
What?
hole in
It's
a dead dragon.
tauntaun.
You uncultured swine.
I wonder
You
if
just
that
shoved
would
a person
be
in. Does
more
that count?
potent of an effect. Like I wonder
Yeah,
if like
can you
the-
become just a full
Am I
dragon?
the only one
Because-
here who doesn't know what a tauntaun is?
because
Yes.
I can imagine that the inside of a dragon is just as warm as a hot tub. Like that's just what
Oh,
my
probably
like,
warmer, honestly.
Honestly, however, for this one, I don't know if acid water is what you really want as your like bath base.
It reveals
Do
the
you think
freshest
acid
layer of
is
skin.
cold? Those are
Oh,
hot.
it's the Star
I
Wars
feel like
thing.
it's both. I feel like it's one of those things where it
It's
burns
the Star
so much that you just feel really cold.
It's like a
It's
really
like
hot
It's like a
tub.
little. It's like a
Yeah,
little.
yeah.
What's it called? Mammal / biped dinosaur. Looking.
It's a
thing.
furry. It's like a
Yes.
furry kangaroo with
Yeah.
tusks.
But honestly,
It's
if the dragon's
like my
body
shark
is
is
used
there,
it to not die. Well,
Yeah.
It's my Sharkosaurus,
Like-
except
Like-
it's gonna murder you.
like if the dragon's body is like there, then why would you not just take an ecological approach and use the whole of it? Like use the body
Well,
itself
yeah,
in the
use
bathtub.
every part.
Yeah, literally every part. Okay, I think we're rejoining.
Oh, okay.
Well, is-
Here.
Yeah,
I gotta
I'm
this
gonna-
has
against
been
blood
this has
acid.
been
I feel
dragon
like that would be
God
bad.
day with the paper dungeon. Thank you.
Right.
All right.
Sorry.
Oh, we
Sorry,
got
Drew,
stream.
fix
Chat,
everything.
Just give me a couple seconds here. I'm gonna fix where people are. I'm gonna make the world.
Technical
I'm gonna make the
difficulties.
world great again.
I'll give you the rundown of what we did, DJ. We
Fix
talked
it,
about
Drew.
tauntauns.
Yep.
We
Fix
talked
it.
about becoming a half dragon with dragon blood. It was a good time.
Yeah.
We also
Is
talked
that all we
about.
did?
We alluded to a bard having sex with a dragon.
Yes,
I
we
ate
did.
some cake.
I love that for you.
Oh
Not
man,
a
I should have.
specific bard,
Man, I
but
cheated.
a theoretical bard.
Theoretical.
Just drink
that
some
clear.
indiscriminate juice packets.
Quenchy.
All right. Well, everything's
Not sponsored
everything's
by
everything's
juice
back in
It'll
order.
quench ya. Nothing's
Okay.
quenchiest.
The queen
So
Episode.
I apologize, chat. I am one for cliffhangers though. Looking at the
So-
dragon.
Yeah, so where we left off, the dragon had just crashed down next to you, appearing like it ate you to the rest of the party. It did not. You watch as it crashes down next to you, causing you to fall into your butt and hands, kind of scampering your way back to try to avoid. What you can feel is the heat coming off of it and the little drips of poison and acid that are now dripping from its jaw and have kind of pooled around you a little bit. It kind of reaches back just a little bit, waiting for you to respond.
I am very small and you're very big. But here's the thing, dragon. I am a businessman, a man of many talents, a man with many connections. You like gold, do you not?
Yes.
I can amass you many wells. Wells plural. It does require me being alive though, and it does require my comrades here to be alive as well.
I want the horde of Theratelamus.
Gesundheit. Can you perhaps spell that?
DJ, can I do a history check?
Yeah, anybody that he's speaking common, anybody that wants to can make a history check if they want. Tharetalamos.
Un momento, master. Let's do that one more time, please.
Thare
H-A-R-E
Talamos.
T-A-L-A-M-O-S.
Grant, you can make your history check with advantage.
Now,
Well,
I'm still
Grant's unconscious.
sleeping, right?
Oh yeah, never
I'm
mind.
just
You
not
don't.
Pero-
I got a non-natural 20 though.
Hey,
Non-natural
Sam.
20.
It's okay, I got us. Nat 1 counter.
So, I'll get to you guys in a second.
All right.
Theratelamus. Is that what you said? Did I get that right?
Yes.
My draconic's bad. Is that a dragon? I'm assuming.
Theratelamus is dead, but his horde
Oh.
is guarded.
Bye.
He was a dragon. I do not know. It is said to guard off other dragons. You will go and find it for me. And when you do, you will kill its guardian. And then bring me to it.
Do you live on this mountain? Is this your home?
I live where I please.
Do you not have
My
a home of
home
your own?
is not for you to know.
How am I going to get back to you in regards to killing said guardian if I don't know where to find you?
He stands up in his full composure, this huge towering figure over you, and with one claw dinks something off of its chest, this little bronze coin that then rolls towards you. I will find you. I am Thordun, and I will find you.
Wonderful.
Now go! Live, find my horde.
I pick up the coin and maintaining eye contact with the dragon, start to step backwards. And as I do, I go, Gather, Melora, grab the dead, and let's go.
As you guys grab your comrades and begin heading past the dragon, he turns ridiculously fast immediately and just goes right in front of you guys. giving you a heart attack and causing you all to freeze before he and then steps over you and crawls back into the mountain.
Charming.
Go. We have to go. We have to get going now.
Well, I think perhaps we should help Edward first so that I didn't have to carry him.
I'll walk
Bye.
over and lay on hands him for 14.
Oh, what a chore, right?
Guys, we didn't
Yes,
die.
it is a chore. So, Aaron and Melora. Theratellamos is a legendary dragon that, even though neither of you are from Ocleron or any of the Blind Nations, you know of him. Theratellamos was a child of a Hydra and a gold dragon, resulting in this golden three-headed dragon that came to become the symbol of the Blind Nations.
Isn't this
And
just
that-
King Ghidorah?
What's King Ghidorah?
I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's fine.
that's
Keep
not how you
going.
pronounce it, but
Anyway.
I don't care.
Nerd.
Yeah. And
He's got a
so
point.
you know that long time ago when the elves were at war with many of the other races for trying to create their own nations and stuff like that, the inhabitants of the Blind Nations pleaded with some of the dragons to help them in this war with the elves. Theratellamos being the most powerful and strongest of the allies of the dragons that allied with them, with the condition that dragons could always find a home in the Blind Nations. And so Theratellamos was basically like the king of dragons in Ocleron and some of the Blind Nations. And so hearing that he's dead, this mythical ancient dragon that has watched over the Blind Nations for the last millennia or so is really shocking to you. But yeah, that's who he was.
Nice.
guys, I can
So-
see
Yeah.
the plot
Dragon
twist.
gone.
He's not actually
Yeah.
dead.
Gone.
Yes.
Really
I
quickly.
hurt.
I am from around here.
Mhm. Did you make a history check?
Well, I was just going to say, would I know if he was alive or like suspected to be alive before we went into the Feywild?
Yeah, like last you heard he was alive somewhere. He hasn't really done a whole lot in recent years, the last 100 years or so. But last you knew he was alive.
Well, that's okay. Yes.
So- no.
Yes, Riniya.
Take care.
I'm casting second level cure wounds on Tarak.
Okay.
Ooh, health. I like being alive.
That's
So-
15.
Ooh.
So,
What happened?
Don't worry about it.
I'm covered in painful rashes.
You fainted. You touched poison oak and fainted.
No, there was a dragon. I remember that much. I'm not.
No,
an
you were
idiot.
hallucinating. You were hallucinating from the poison oak.
I don't believe you. I
Why
swear there's a
won't-
dragon.
Why wouldn't you believe it?
I
Back
would
me up
not
on
have
this.
hallucinated a roaring beast
Cather,
flying over the mountain.
Cather. There was poison oak and he fainted. There was no dragon.
There was a big flood of green ooze.
No, it wasn't.
I don't
Didn't
know
we
how to
get
respond to that,
anything?
Havel.
No.
Laura's just sitting there with 3 hit points and looks terrible and is like, I
Oh,
didn't
I
remember a
didn't-
dragon.
I didn't even
What?
realize. Oh,
I
I'm
don't
going
remember
to
a dragon.
This can't be poison.
I'm doing cure wounds at second level for Melora.
See, and Melora had a very bad tumble. She tripped.
I could have sworn there was a dragon.
Hannah,
Weak ankles.
Hannah,
Cather
Okay.
got on a rock.
Hannah, because it has been like 3 weeks, don't forget you have Ruat.
I know, I actually tried to message you, but I don't think you saw it. How many charges does it have, like, automatically, since it's been so long?
Well, because I don't think we used it very... It should have full charges right now. So
Alright.
Which would
5.
be-
I gave you
5.
16 hit points.
Thank you. Yeah, no, Melora's like having trouble getting up, and she's just like trying to play along like dragon. Do you
I've
remember
never heard of
that?
Never heard of a plant that does that much psychological. It seems
The-
surreal.
You're new to
My whole
traveling
body.
like by foot. There's a lot of things that do that. They're very prized in some alchemical aspects. Extremely dangerous at high quantities. Should really be more careful next time.
Well, I think you did a really good job convincing the dragon not to kill us.
Yeah,
Right.
But
Don't make fun of me, Riniya.
What?
This is a serious
I'm
problem.
talking to Havel. What?
You're making fun of my dragon vision.
No,
Right?
there was
Wait, there
a-
was a dragon?
Fine. Okay, there was a dragon. I was trying to see how long I could carry that. Thank you, Riniya. I appreciate that.
Why does this
Sorry.
always
No,
happen?
no, you're fine.
I'm sorry about that. I see something coming towards me. I instinctively just reach for my bow. If I'd have known we could have
And-
talked to it, I wouldn't have done that.
Entirely fair. Riniya, are you okay?
H.G. Kane.
Great.
Is Ginger
Melora,
right? Who I
Ginger pops out from around Rinia's neck.
Alright, good. I
Melo-
have a,
Melora, you look like the living dead. Do you
I
need
feel
for
better.
us?
Riniya
Okay.
helped me feel better. I am fine, and I will continue to be fine, and I can travel just fine. So
Okay.
Okay,
you say
can
so.
I? Does it take an insight check to like tell that she's like more or less drunk from
I
how much
was-
blood loss she's gotten?
low oxygen levels. I probably feel much better now, but I was literally at 3 hit points before. So before I got that cure wounds, I was having trouble standing up. So
Man, 3 hit points. That sounds like a
What
dream.
what did the what did the dragon squeeze out of its scales, by the way?
It plucked this little bronze coin that you can see has small arcane symbols on it.
It's a,
Great,
Just-
it's a track.
Is it the
it's a
tracker?
tracking
it's a
beacon.
tracker.
Yeah.
So
You don't know what it is.
What if I chuck it into a river?
You don't know what it is.
So
See.
DM,
Yes.
in our knowledge of Therotelemos, do we have an idea or a like legend of where he used to hail or his hoard was?
Yes. You know that he would reside on in the Erethal Keep, which is a old ruin or an old castle that was given to him, built by some of the first settlers of these plains. And it was this old castle given to him as a thank you for his help in these wars, off of the island of Luce, which is actually kind of towards where you guys are going.
Oh, that's
Great.
good.
Well, I'm starting to think that the new symbol where 2 heads have been cut off is not just symbolism.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
The symbol, you know how there were three
where
nations and now the heads are cut off. Well,
Where would you gather that? What happened? Riniya mentioned.
So-
how could Havel have talked down a dragon, right?
he talked up to it in a sense, but it still
Very
worked
charismatic.
the same way.
I talked to a dragon. Okay, we were on equal terms.
We're saying all this while we're walking, by the way, Mr. DM.
Right.
What was that, Katin?
We're saying
Sure,
we're doing
Havel.
all this while we're walking.
Melora,
Okay.
Melora, we came to an agreement, like businessmen,
Sure.
and I would
Sure.
appreciate it if you did not
And-
mention
But
the
Did I
uh,
say
events
anything
that
specific?
no.
I
Okay,
didn't
okay.
say
Just
Havel, for my own sake, did you involve the rest of us in this agreement?
I said that I didn't necessarily say that you all would help me, but
But
I
you're
did
not
say
going alone.
I said a few things. I said, "Oh, there's an Amber alert."
Who's Amber and why is she calling
I
you?
don't know why Amber is calling me.
God.
But no, what I was saying was that I may or may not have said that they had to keep all of us alive because without you, I could not help the dragon in whatever endeavor the dragon wanted. So take that as you will.
So yes.
So
So-
we made friends with a dragon.
If you want to think about it that way, you know, that's a much lighter perspective
Now,
than I was taking.
DM,
personally, but-
DM, is from basic knowledge of dragons, is it known, like, in the quote-unquote normal D&D world, are chromatic dragons known to be evil?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, cool.
That doesn't
So
mean
we
they
prefer
kind of
to
make
be
deals,
evil.
though.
We befriended
Uh,
them.
Doesn't mean they don't
Yes.
deserve friends.
Well,
Edward.
I'm more concerned about them just stabbing us in the back after they get what they want.
You guys made friends with Havel. You're fine.
It's usually
It's nothing new.
Red dragons are the most likely to do that.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong.
Edward?
Does Edward know what? Would Edward understand the symbolism behind the coin? Because Melora said, "Oh, I don't think it's symbolism anymore." Would he have
I'm-
put that together
Roll,
with the dragon?
roll
or
a history
whatever?
check. Roll a history check.
Oh, that's a nat 1, dude. He has no clue what's happening.
You know,
Meet in it.
like
Minus
dragons were
tutors.
cool, but like symbolism, and you're talking about like a couple thousand years
Listen.
ago. Like this is not important, relevant stuff that you'd ever need to know.
I just saw a dragon. I'm flipping out.
Yeah.
Dragons exist.
So I would not necessarily say that we're friends, but at the end of the day, I mean, you all did manage
Well-
to make friends with me, and some people may consider me evil. So
Havel, did he give you a deadline?
actually, no. Now that you mention it, no.
So, do you think we can go get your little hand problem figured out before we do that?
Oh, I absolutely. You know, if he has a problem with that, then
Are
he,
you sure about that, though? Because, I mean, he was about to kill us, he was very close to, and then you said, well, I could do something
He-
for you, and he was like, fine, I want this.
he got us completely off guard. I'm sure that if we regroup, you know, just
Get ready to
prepare
ambush him.
ourselves a little bit more, then we got him.
So,
And
does
now-
that mean that you don't
You know,
actually plan on stealing
he
this hoard
did-
at all?
He did
No,
such a
I-
good job of ambushing us before, and now he has a way to find and know where we are at all times. What a wonderful
I-
situation to be in.
See, here's the problem though. If this helps him scry, fact of the matter is I have this, and I point towards the bell.
Now,
I go,
does that help all of us, or does that help you?
well, considering the fact that the coin is on me, and he'll be trying to look and find me, I think that'll make it a bit harder to find me. So
Alright.
I'm just going to keep it on my person and hope for the best. Worst comes to worst, I think we can find a lead box. Also, to add on top of all of that, really, Cather, to complete and answer the question that you asked earlier, yes, no, I fully expect to actually find this hoard. Now, whether we're handing it over to the dragon is an entirely different story,
Ah, I see.
but
What
we'll
if-
see.
oh, hold on.
We can discuss morals and complications on the road, I think.
We are walking.
Are we? Great.
Yes, I told I told
you guys
I
have been
told-
walking. Otherwise, there would have been more dragons yelling. at
Good.
you.
I told the DM that. Yeah.
We need to
Great.
break this down real
Sure.
quick.
Yes.
What,
We're
what are
going
you
to
not
go-
understanding?
We're going to go help Havel. Havel.
Aye.
Yes.
I almost said Cather. We're going to go help Havel with this hand problem.
Aye.
And
Correct.
that's all good and grand. It's one of Riniya's friends. I'm for that, right?
Great. Good to know.
Doing what an actual dragon's like said that can't be good. Dragons are
ask you a
selfish
question.
creatures.
Would you rather still be lying on the middle of the road dead?
Okay,
Edward, I
that
saved your
happened
life.
because of the dragon. If we listen
Right.
to the dragon, what if
And
we
now
die?
you're alive.
I would rather
because
sleep in a
Havel got
bed
us this
than
deal.
listen to a dragon and do whatever Havel got us into, right?
Right,
Edward,
but what if that wasn't an option? What if the option was dead in acid or doing something for the dragon? I'm
This is-
starting to
this is
think doing something for
Havel's
the dragon doesn't
agreement,
think
right?
look so bad.
Edward, you. Okay,
I don't
to,
think
to,
I'm going to try to
to
please a
to-
dragon. I
to
might
to clarify what you said. You said, I don't want to do what a dragon does because dragons are selfish. Then by all means, we shouldn't be helping you.
Well, I was saying that the dragon would have himself in best interest, and if I
Of
were to
course.
go, he wouldn't care. The job would be done, and then he would probably kill us, right?
And if he tries to kill us, then we will kill him.
Then we'll deal with that when we
You
get
think
to it.
we could take that on?
Edward,
And
whether you like it or not, you almost just died. So I think instead of questioning whether we should be doing something for a dragon, whatever, be thankful that you're alive in this moment, and we
am
can deal with
thankful.
all of that. Are you really? Because I'm not so sure about it.
I'm thankful, but I feel like I'm the only rational one here.
we'll figure that out in a
That is
couple
a
of
fun
weeks.
word
Oh, no.
to add to your vocabulary. Maybe
Oh,
we
no.
should just not. Just drop this
Oh, no.
subject before I
Let's-
say some things that might hurt your feelings.
Mom, Dad, can we please stop fighting?
Let's fix Havel's hand and see where we go from there.
I agree.
Great.
Hey, Riniya, about fixing my hand. This mentor person, what can
Hold on, I'm
how
going
do you?
to need a second to catch up from all the things that were just said.
No, that's totally fine. Take your
Melora
time. Take your
turns
time.
away.
Okay,
baby.
From
continue.
Edward.
I'm here. Go ahead.
Okay, are you here?
Returns from
I'm
Okay,
here.
take a deep breath.
Mm,
Okay. Do you need a hug? Are you okay?
I'm okay. Go on.
Okay. Your mentor.
hmm
How do you know your mentor, and how do you know that he can help? They,
She,
she.
and she's actually the one who taught me what I know.
Like just in a general sense, or about gods?
About malice, about healing, about magic.
I see. Nice. What's her name?
Her name's Lada.
History check.
Okay, roll a history check.
DJ's face
Do-
was like
do-
scared.
Do I know the name?
Do I know the name?
Well,
I do not.
it would be
Hannah's
helpful
dice
to maybe
says
get a
no.
last name too.
Nope. Hannah's name says no. Hannah's dice says no, so no.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you've never heard of Lada before.
Do I know of a Lotta?
You probably
You know a lot of people.
Thumbs
All right,
down.
guys, I'm out for the night. You guys can carry on without me.
Yeah, you vaguely remember some old lady in Morencia named Lada who sold you a biscuit one time.
Nice. No, I used to know a baker that had that name.
Really?
Yes.
I don't think Lada can bake.
That is a shame.
This is great. I love this.
True.
So she's completely separate from the orphanage incident.
Yes, that
This was before that part of your life.
the orphanage incident was very random, and I'm not really sure how I got into that.
Yeah, Riniya,
I
actually,
do know how I got into that, but
can I ask, why were you working at an orphanage? You don't have to answer that.
Well, I'm just trying to do good things, and I needed a place that could give me somewhere to stay and food, and the orphanage could provide that if I helped out, and the kids were really nice.
Fair. I can respect that decision. Wonderful. Has anyone been to this town aside from Riniya? Are we? Anyone?
Do I look
Bueller?
like I've been
Katin.
to this town, Havel?
Melora, listen. I understand you're mad at Edward. You don't have to throw any steaming
All right.
heat towards me, okay?
I do want to let you all know though. The sarcasticness and funnies, Lada doesn't really understand very well.
Huh.
She
Well, thank goodness nobody here is sarcastic, right?
You'll
Okay,
probably get
listen.
along with Track.
You just proved her point.
Edward, it's
Riniya,
not good to lie.
Riniya. This is going to sound. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, have you seen me?
Few times.
From what ancestry does she hail from?
You
I'm asking her for her race.
She's an elf. She's a wood elf.
She's an elf. Okay. Like Melora style wood elf, or like.
And
like,
just what is that supposed to mean?
She doesn't have like flowers growing out of her hair. No.
like Melora.
Aye.
How many cities have you been in your entire life?
Well, I'm about to be in 2 once we get there. Oh,
So, as I
So-
said before, my sweet friend.
well, that actually doesn't really have much to do with it being a Melora style wood elf. Just happened to be that way. So
Okay. Well, I apologize for bringing you into the analogy,
Are
my
you
friend.
asking
Thank
if she's
you.
like well traveled?
Is she well traveled? Is she? I'm curious as to why she doesn't take well to sarcasm and wordplay.
Well, she used to do what we're doing now, where she'd wander about and find things to do and stuff like that. And she had a little group too, and I joined along with it, and it was really fun. I didn't do much though, because I wasn't very helpful at the time. But yeah, she's been a lot of places. She's seen a lot of things, and she just has never really understood humor.
Wait a
Nice.
second, a group? Like,
Okay,
who
Havel
all
will
was in
get
this?
along
Okay.
with her so well.
Can we all just take a moment to appreciate Lydia's face right there? That was the cutest thing ever.
I DM for DM's note. Hearing that she's well traveled, am going to tuck in the coin underneath my shirt.
Okay. Good to know.
And go, wonderful, good to know. Sounds like we're in good hands. I'm very curious, slightly less concerned.
She's
What
very
other
nice.
types of group people were in this? You said it was like a group like us, but like what? Like, just in case, like one of us is like, oh no, I suddenly have a metal arm, and you happen to have
group
something like a
of-
metal arm guy.
group of adult-sized children that couldn't really take care of themselves.
I don't know what you'd be referencing.
Laura,
What was the question?
Like, who else was in your group? Like what did they do?
So there was Marvinim, and he was very scary at first, but he was super, super, super sweet. And he was this like super like big tough dwarf man. But he was like also super cuddly. He's the one who got me my mace and like taught me how to use my mace. And then there was Shrosk. He was a little kobold, but he was also like really strong. It was kind of frightening, but he was also super, super nice. And then there was Jessamine. She didn't like me very much, but that's okay because it's okay.
That's okay because I killed her 2 years ago.
Was
I'll never
she-
find the
because
body.
we pushed her off a cliff.
Riniya, what
Was
was
she
the,
mean
what,
to you?
what was the second name you said? I'm so sorry to cut off Melora.
Second, Shrosk,
Shrosk.
the kobold.
No, before him.
Before,
The dwarf.
that was Marvinim.
Marvinim. Nice. Okay, cool.
Marvinim.
Marvin.
Yeah, we called him
No,
Marvin.
this
We
last
called
before.
him
one.
Marv.
This last one that you say didn't like you very much, was she mean to you?
She
You
wasn't
didn't kill her,
particularly.
but we will.
She wasn't particularly nice towards me.
Better way to meet her.
I don't really know if she's going to be there or not. They kind of stopped the whole travel thing. That's kind of why I went off on my own.
Could you describe her? Just, in case.
Laura,
I,
no hunting.
I'm just curious, she's telling us about her old party. We might as well, know their physical
I'm fully
descriptions as well.
aware, and I'm just as curious, but no
Physical
hunting.
descriptions,
Well, she
location,
was
social
actually-
security number.
She was a very pretty tiefling. She had this pretty white hair. I was,
How many of those around?
I wanted to be her friend, but I kind of scared her a bit, so I understand that she didn't really want to be my friend. So, yeah.
Right. Rini, you're doing all right. We appreciate you.
Thanks.
Melora,
I
can I have a word? Just quick, 2 seconds. Be 2 seconds, I promise.
fine.
Everyone, go on ahead. 2 seconds. No, don't worry. Don't make it quick. I promise.
Edward
Anyway,
turns.
look at the handbook on my mace. Look at the little handle. It's so cool.
Incredible. Edward turns as Melora kind of walks off with Havel and says, "If he tells you you ran into some poison oak, he's lying."
Great! I'll
And he
keep that
turns.
in mind.
Right.
I-
Are you okay?
I'm just fine, thank you.
You sure?
I will be fine by the time we get there, I'm sure.
You're a tad bit on edge.
I am.
Can you explain to me where this tension's coming from? Also, we're keeping in pace with them so that way she doesn't
Right.
get her arm burned.
There.
It's not much to worry about. It's just fine. You know, dragons and all.
Melora,
I
remember when you told me that I had to rely on my friends a bit more?
actually wanted to talk to you about that. Didn't think you much like that I have your earring, Havel. Every time you see me, you're saying, now make sure you didn't lose that. Everything, and it's almost as if you didn't trust that I can keep it safe, but that was part of the original promise, was it not?
Okay.
I'm just saying, if it's going to cause you anxiety for me to have it, then I didn't want to have it.
I will fully admit, it's definitely a new thing to have someone carrying one of my markers.
Why did you give it to me if it stresses you out?
Because I'm trying out a whole new thing called trust.
Sure, but you know, part of trust is trusting that your words are just as valuable as an item, no?
And I do believe that. And I'm working on that.
Alright.
But
was it about giving me something physical to show the promise?
remember when I handed off my a coin to that one gentleman in the inn? How many things did he do for us?
Many.
Many things. That gentleman did things and told me things that, in the grand scheme of things, he probably shouldn't have told me. And he did it for that coin. One
Alright.
coin. There are many things that people will do for these coins.
Sure.
That's why I'm making sure, that's why I worry that you're going to lose it. Not by your own fault, but by the fact that someone might see that you have it, and someone might try to take it.
Alright.
You having one on you puts a mark on your back. If you want me to have it back, I will have it back. But I'll
All
tell
I
you this right
want,
now.
Havel,
Mm-hmm.
is for you to trust that telling me one time not to lose it is enough.
Right, okay. And you won't lose it. I trust that.
Alright.
And stop yelling at Edward. He's an idiot. There's only so much that he can catch up on at once.
I know.
Also,
Sorry, he acts like my little brother used to, so
yes.
it really just
Also,
instinctive, I suppose.
with the whole dragon thing, are you okay? Seriously. It's okay to not be okay.
I am very glad that Ginger's alright.
Me too.
You know, it's... If I had known, like I said, that we were able to talk to him, then I wouldn't have fired that shot, but, you know, it was just instinctive to just attack before it hurt anybody, which, great job I did of that.
Mm-hmm.
But we're all fine, we're all alive, and we're all walking, and that'll be enough for me. Give me about, I don't know, half an hour.
Oh, right. That's good. Laura, really quick.
Aye.
With the political climate that we were before we went into the Feywild, everything was a lot more calmer. And honestly, the symbol that I gave you, didn't mean much. Whenever we enter into any major cities, I'd recommend being very careful if you have to or ever do take that out.
All right.
Probably keep it in your boot or something.
I'll keep that in mind.
Especially with everything going on right now, I've seen some things that are a bit unnerving. So,
All right.
I don't want you getting hurt. Right. Okay.
Well, I appreciate that.
At this point, you hear Riniya go, "Oh no! I forgot Riniya puppet. How am I gonna teach Havel now? That is going to really frighten a maid."
Well,
You were planning on bringing that thing along with us?
I thought you said it was heavy and annoying to carry.
I loved puppet Riniya.
It was heavy and annoying to carry. You could have given it to me. I can carry it like 10 times the amount of stuff that I have right now.
I forgot.
It's
fine.
I nudge Edward on the shoulder and whisper,
What?
you can make illusions, right?
Yes.
Help me out here. As we're walking, I'm going to use the minor illusion cantrip to make part of Puppet Riniya walking in front of us.
Okay. Edward catches on, and he uses minor illusion to make the other part of Puppet Riniya. I'm guessing like
is
the
it
upper half or
split?
something.
Yeah.
Is it split up or to the side?
I have the
I
legs.
was
I have the
picturing up.
legs.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got the torso, and
Go ahead, and I'll
I'm doing
have
the
both of you
best.
roll a Arcana check.
Nice.
all right. Good
This
thing
is to
I'm
see
good
if
at
you
that.
have the ability to sync them up well enough.
Ooh,
With my double proficiency, that's a 7.
Wow. Really, dude? You're bringing down my non-natural 20.
Hey.
So these
so-
legs, oh my goodness, you're like the
So-
Swedish chef of arcane puppetry.
So, Renata, you look forward, you kind of hear them like whisper a little bit, and then you kind of like look forward, and you see the bottom half of you doing an Irish jig in front of you, just dancing along.
No, hold on.
Um,
He's doing a moon elf jig. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
a
very
moon elf
different.
jig,
Yeah.
in front of you, and then the torso begins to appear above it, and it becomes you, but it tries to like sync up and do the hand motions to the Irish jig, and it is way off. It's like 3 counts off. It's floating like 2 inches above the waist, but it's there. You can tell it's
I'm
a
trying.
Havel floats a
hard.
mage hand above it like it's puppeteering.
Cather, go slower.
Oh my goodness. I thought you said you were good at performances.
I am, but not when somebody else is controlling the legs.
So, as you guys begin making your way through the rest of the Obsidian Road, you guys travel for another 6 or so hours before eventually it gets to the point that you guys would need to make your final camp before getting to Katin. The sun begins to set, and the clouds that were coming in begin to drizzle just ever so slightly, just enough to like every once in a while you like look towards the sky and you're like, okay, it's not raining, and then you get hit in the eye with a raindrop and you're like, what the heck? That's like just barely drizzling. So yeah, you guys can begin to make camp.
Is there a similar like area like the past couple that is like meant for camp, or
Not that you find, not this time.
okay? Can we look around for like a flat like piece of ground that all of us could be in our bedrolls on?
Yeah, you can find one pretty easily. Oh, excuse me.
Cool. All right. Oh, so it's cold. So a fire, right? Maybe, but it's also drizzling.
Oh wait, any closer to the trees?
Aye, are
To
we?
the trees. No.
All right.
There,
Aw.
This is a rolling plains land with every once in a while a rocky outcrop as you walk next to the base of a mountain, which on the other side of the mountain is the forest, but there's not really trees.
Hey, DM, can I roll odd or even to see if I happen to have just one of those shrubs that we used last time in my bag?
Sure. Yeah. Why not? Odd or even.
He rolled 2 dice. One of them's odd, one of them's even. So no matter what you roll, you're wrong.
Right, yeah, even.
Yeah, you have a shrub.
Yes! I just so conveniently pull out a shrub. It's kind of
Fire.
you know compressed and cramped a little bit.
Oh, I hope it doesn't rain again.
Well, it's
Just as you say that, a raindrop hits your face and rolls down your cheek.
so there is a chance that the fire may not be as good as it would be if it wasn't sprinkling or raining or whatever, but luckily Cather had a shrub, so at least we'll have a fire for at least, a little bit.
There are no trees nearby, right?
Yes,
There
we just
is
asked that.
one single
plains.
tree that you can see in the distance.
Nice. Well,
How dark is it, or is it still light out?
It's dusk right now.
Gotcha.
If you really want that, I mean, I could go and just see if there is any branches that have fallen around, but I mean, if we're all in our bedrolls or we're, I don't know, huddling together, I think we'll be fine for the night.
do we still have the makeshift setup that we had for the Feywild?
We could probably figure it out, but
You have a lot of the material and cloth and stuff like that. Kiyomura used his spear as one of the main
I've
main
got at
poles.
least 2 javelins, so
We could go find a branch, I'm sure.
You can get a 4-foot tall tent.
nice.
I'm sure we could try to find a way to formulate it. It's just we're short a person that had a lot of the good things for it, so.
I'll take first watch and help out any way I can.
Right.
Are you guys setting up a tent? Or are you not setting up a tent?
Can we please set up a tent? It's going to get cold, it's going to rain. Do you really want to lay out on the ground while there's water, cold water pouring from the sky?
Oh no, not water! That's terrifying!
Cold water.
The worst.
I think
Yeah.
okay.
I'll set up a tent if you help me.
Sure. Kiyomura
Really?
showed me how.
Oh, great. Well then let me see it.
Uh, well, we need we need the cloth
Right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
and the stick.
Stick as in
Do we
sink.
have like, what do you call them? The
Steaks.
They're wooden, they're smaller, they're pointed. Not
Stakes.
daggers. Stakes. Yes, we need those.
Wait, we had steak and no one told me?
Hey, DM,
Not-
DM really,
Yes,
DM
Havel.
really quick. Are any of Edward's instruments
Don't you dare.
snaggable?
What is
Snaggable?
wrong with you?
Yes.
He
I thought
does
you were
have
going
a
to say-
few instruments strapped to him.
I thought you were going to say
Did he,
burnable.
did he put his stuff down?
No.
No, be honest to me, you piece of trash.
Yeah, he would have. He did.
Yeah, he did.
Put his stuff down.
Okay. While he's distracted, do you have a lute? I don't remember what you played.
Yes, I have a loot. I
Okay.
swear.
Roll
It's a really nice
sleight
loot.
of hand
It's
check.
just kind of dirty.
Sleight of hand. Okay. Big money, no whammies.
Havel always does this to me.
Um.
I'm so sad. I was just trying to put up a tent.
Oh, DM, how
21.
wide or tall, I suppose, are torches?
Torches are like a foot long.
21, by the
Well-
way.
21. Roll a
Gosh.
d4.
Oh no.
How many strings you break when you do it?
I'm gentle with
He's
it.
down.
4.
Oh, perfect. So you do get to grab the loot. I was rolling to see which instrument you grabbed.
Okay.
Yeah,
Grab the
you
loot.
managed to snag the loot.
Edward noticed, probably
cool.
not right.
What is your
And-
passive perception?
11. So
Yeah,
I'm
no.
chilling.
No.
You're only 10 away.
While he's arguing, I'm gonna just start playing Song of Storms from the
Okay.
Legend of Zelda, or do my best.
Yeah. No. Roll
Performing.
performance check.
Hey, 18.
Yeah. No. As you're trying to figure this out, it's weird. Edward, you love music. Music
Yeah.
is one of your passions, and it's
Absolutely.
always been relaxing to you. And you just start hearing
Absolutely.
this beautiful song, this Song of Storms,
Edward
it's
turns
playing in the
and
background
says,
as you're trying to set up your tent.
Riniya is actually going to proceed to try to mimic the puppet dance she saw earlier.
Edward turns and glares at Havel and says, "Can't you ask for permission? That's my loot. I care so.
I'm treating
If
it-
something were to
I'm-
happen to that, I would. Oh, we'd have more than words, Havel." And he walks over and tries to snatch it from him.
Okay.
Quite a bit quite a bit aggressive. Hasn't seen use in days.
Do you
No, I don't
contest it?
resist.
Okay.
No, he can have his little instrument back.
Yay! I rolled a nat 20 to get it back. Does that count?
Doesn't matter. He just let you have
Okay.
it.
You start doing tricks with it, and just throwing
So
it
I go
around.
back
It's
and I
like
say-
a bow staff.
Maybe if you ask. Okay?
I didn't know it would be such a big deal for you. I apologize.
I care a lot about this. If this were to get hurt, I don't know what I'd do. Okay?
Okay. Maybe playing it once in a while and being a little bit more gentle with it might help with that.
So while this is all happening, I've just set up a tent.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Easy.
I've
You can do
helped
it.
him.
By the way,
too.
I did crit.
Yeah.
So it's
yeah.
a
Nice.
good dang tent.
It's a
Yeah.
nice-
No,
nice
it's like
nice.
taunt. You don't even, you put like one javelin down, you strap another to it so it's 8 feet tall. You do that twice. And you just string a rope across and spake it down. It's beautiful. It's a well made, well designed tent.
Very
Guys,
nice.
we built a tent.
Nice. Edward, you should take first watch with me.
He kind of sets his loot down, gently by his stuff, and kind of turns to you, and he looks angry, and you can tell that his eyes are kind of red, and he has some tears in his eyes. And he says, "I don't know if I'm up for that."
Havel,
rather just
with
go
a
to bed.
very gentle demeanor, says, I just think you'd make good company.
Honestly, Havel, I feel like I've had quite enough for today.
Very well. If that's what you want. I just wanted to have a little bit of discussion. I don't feel like you and I get to talk very much, but as you wish. Get some rest.
Edward grabs his bedroll and goes into the tent quietly and lays down.
I was gonna just sit outside. He's gonna
Did
take
you-
off his jacket and shirt and just feel the rain.
Did you say something, Riniya?
Oh yeah, I said I could take second.
Okay. So Havel's taking first watch, Renaya's taking second. Anyone taking a third watch? You doing a third watch?
I suppose if we need a third watch, I'll take it. This is new
Okay.
to me, getting a full night's rest.
Yeah, well, if Edward doesn't take a rest, then him interact. As long as him interact don't take a watch, then technically you don't need to take a third one.
Right.
Alright. So, everybody begins to go to bed, finding their own space in the tent. It's a little bit nicer now that Kimura is not squeezing in there with you guys, and the tent's slightly larger. And so you managed to find a little bit more space, especially since Havel's sitting out in the rain as well. Havel, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Yeah, I'm terrible at these.
This is where the next dragon shows up.
Right. Eight.
Yeah, perfect. Great. You're sitting. Dusk quickly passes, and it gets very dark with the clouds covering you. And you just sit there in front of the tent near the fire, feeling the little drops of rain hit your back and your chest and your horns and your hair, and your
In
face.
in Sylvan, until my watch is over, I'm going to and to practice Sylvan, I'm going to start reciting a prayer.
Okay.
Just so that way I can, start using words and turns
Yeah,
of
yeah.
phrases that aren't normally used. But yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna do that just throughout the night.
Yeah. You go through, and by the end of it, you're feeling pretty confident with a few different phrases and sayings and a couple paragraphs and stuff like that, beginning to kind of pick up the language. You already know several languages, and Sylvan is not an overly complicated language. It's more fancy script than actual complication. And so you begin to feel fairly confident, like you could hold a broken conversation potentially.
Nice.
But yeah, your watch
Yep.
comes and goes.
Cool. I go up to Riniya and
What?
I nudge her lightly. I go, Rini. Rini. It's your turn. I need to get some rest. It's getting cold outside.
Okay.
Perfect. Awesome. Renaya, go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
21.
21? Nice. Are you staying in the tent or going out the tent?
I'll be sitting right on the edge, so my head is covered by the tent, but my feet are like sticking out.
Okay, perfect. Are you facing the fire or away from the fire?
Probably towards the fire.
Cool. So you look towards the fire and out around this surrounding landscape. This landscape that you have traveled before, especially along this road. Not necessarily, Ocleron is not necessarily like a second home to you, but it's probably one of the places that you're more used to and comfortable with, outside of Vianola and oh, I can't remember it. Anyway, outside of your homeland. And you look out over these rolling hills with every once in a while single tree, and then your gaze returns to the fire. And in the fire, you just see flames dancing and licking. And over your watch, they slowly get smaller and smaller as the shrub begins to burn and fall away, until you're eventually left with just coals, hot coals. And at one point, almost just out of boredom to stay awake, you just grab a twig and toss it into the coals, and it causes them to fall and crumble just a little bit. And when they do, they fall into the visage of a face. This horned creature with spikes coming off the forehead and two along its chin and along its jaw, with black coals suddenly unburning where the eye socket would be. Not moving, just this visage of a face staring at you, almost reminding you. And your watch comes to an end. The dawn begins to rise, and the rest of you all begin to wake.
I'm gonna need like an hour.
Have fun.
Okay, and I'm gonna go and I'm gonna stay close but be a distance away, and I'm gonna do
Stay safe. I think there are bears in this country.
No,
Are
I
there
love
bears in
bears.
this country? Are dragons considered bears?
Would you say
Like in
general,
the
no.
sense like if you
Just
if
say in
you
general, no.
if you like are in the woods, do you make noise to warn dragons, or would I don't know?
suppose it depends on what kind of dragon. I mean, certain dragons take a liking
If a
to different
dragon calls in a
environments.
forest but no one's around to hear it, was there really a dragon?
There never is a dragon.
I mean, something knocked me out. And as far as I know, it wasn't a tree.
No, it was a very big lizard.
We
Dragons
should
are
have
myths.
a plan in the future because, I mean, what's the likeliness of us encountering a second dragon? Not high.
Right.
But if it happens, then that's a problem.
What do you have in mind?
Step one, run in varying directions is what
So-
I would recommend.
Run. Not,
like
not fight.
Spread
oh,
out.
no, we can
It's-
fight, but in a
Spread.
way,
Oh.
like yes,
All right, sure.
like if we're in a group or a line or like a cone
Now,
formation, that's
if something
problematic.
happens to me, this is the hierarchy of who's going to take care of Ginger. Alright? She trusts Cather the most, so that'll probably be next. She's taken a liking to both Riniya and Havel, so I guess whoever's closest at that point. Then Tarak.
Is it very smart? Is it very smart to immediately hand it off to the next close combat specialist?
I suppose not.
I don't
but
want Ginger to get
Well,
whacked.
Regardless,
That's fair.
the two people that should be the last to fall have to be Riniya and Melora, because Melora is the only one that can shoot things, and Riniya is the only one who can like bring us back from dying. So, Cather, you obviously don't let Melora die. I'll take care of Riniya. Edward, Havel, I believe in you too. You just, you go. You do whatever it is you do.
Joy.
Riniya.
So Riniya would have gone a distance to set
Mhm.
up, and she would start to set up, and then hear their banter, kind of pick everything up and move a little bit farther away, and then set up. And she's going to actually take a little bit of extra time with it as well.
Mhm. Perfect. Yeah, and I believe that this would be like you just finished your 7 days. I think so. So you're back to normal.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect. So you guys wait about an
well,
hour and 15
during-
minutes.
During just small during
Yeah, go for
the hour after they were giving like the banter about the dragon and stuff, Edward just
That was
lets
an
out
actual plan.
Edward was gathering his things and putting it in his pack and stuff. Edward lets out an audible sigh, and then like, and then gets his stuff and walks out the tent and walks probably like I don't know, 40 feet maybe, and just like sets up his pack on the side of the hill, gets out his loot, and sits there with his back against his pack and just plays his loot a little bit quietly. But that's it.
Is he 40 feet in the direction we're going, or?
Probably the other way.
Does he?
This-
Ugh.
Ugh. Havel is going to
Gosh darn it.
peek out the tent, look back at everyone else, peek back out the tent, and then in Sylvan, look over at Melora and go, this is either going to go very well or incredibly poorly. And Havel's going to just jaunt on over to Edward and take a seat next to him. He's not going to say anything.
Edward leans his head over and then looks the other way and keeps playing.
Your home was very nice.
And
Thank you
was.
for letting me see it.
Well, I didn't really let you, but you know,
Well,
it's
thank
nice.
you.
My father worked hard for it. Thank you.
It shows.
I'm sorry about yelling about the loot last night.
No, you're fine. I should have asked.
It's fine. My mother gave this to me. It was made in her village actually, and she was going back to visit her family once, and she came back with it, and she knew that I loved music. Although my father kind of didn't as much. And so this is one of the things that reminds me of her. I just care a lot about it, and it'd be really bad if something happened to it, you know?
No, I understand that. I never knew my parents.
Really?
Yeah.
What was that like?
Well, I had a father, but I mean, he was more of a teacher, if anything, that I just so happened to live with. He cared,
I
but
kind of get that. A little.
yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm an orphan. I was born and discarded.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. I didn't know that had that much meaning to you, and I'm sorry. And I want you to know that even between all the sarcasm and grit and the utter sheer amount of nerve that we can strike amongst ourselves, that we're all happy to have you here.
I don't know if you can speak for everybody. But
No, I can't.
as crazy as it sounds, this whole thing makes me angry, and I feel more pain than I'm used to. Things like that. Things that aren't optimal. But strangely enough, even though it doesn't add up and it doesn't make sense, every now and then I'm I don't know, happy? I don't know if that's the right word. Maybe I don't know. It's just it feels like I haven't done anything ever. And even though this isn't what I thought I'd be doing, at least it's something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, actually I do. Edward, can I impart to you some wisdom?
You can try.
I know I don't seem like the most wise, and at the end of the day, I suppose I'm not. But I did grow up in a church, and while you had tutors, I had a priest, a knowledge priest, breathing down my neck every step of the way, and an archive probably older than any of us. And I didn't have friends when I was younger. I read a lot. So I did pick up a thing or two. And one of those things that I picked up, even, you don't have to take this to exact, but Aprion is a god of war tactics. His domains lie within knowledge and combat. One wisdom that I found, fell deep in a story of Aprion. In short, says that in order for the lives of the many to be joyful, the lives of the few must be insufferable. You said you wanted to help people. Helping people can sometimes be easy. It can be as easy as giving a loaf of bread to the homeless, or buying space for people to sleep.
Edward stops playing the lute at this point, and he says, with all due respect, I don't know if that's true. I mean, if you look in the city we were just in, there weren't many that were, what did you say, experiencing joy or something like that? It seemed like the majority were in pain.
You know why that is?
And there were few of us that were living in happiness.
That
That's part of the reason I left.
That lies the former of the story. But I'm glad you brought it up. Earlier on in the story, it tells of a city in suffering. A city under siege. And of a emperor that wants nothing but gold, wealth, riches. Evil lies in singularity. The reason why you saw people suffering is because there's one man who values his fulfillment over others. Like I said, in order for the many to feel joyful, in order for the many to find peace, few have to suffer. Throughout history, there have been heroes. None of them lived happy lives. None of them, I can say, came out unscathed.
I think I'm following. What you're saying is that there needs to be people who have the initiative to make changes. If there are some people who don't have that initiative or are busy with other things that might be just other things, if there are those people who take initiative, they can make change.
Correct.
So the reason why there are so many that are in suffering is because nobody's doing anything about it. So why don't we get people to do something about it, right? That's part of the reason, kind of. That's not exactly what I had in mind in leaving, but it followed a similar thought of like, if I could provide people with what they need to actually make something of their lives, then maybe there would be better steps to be taken for society, right?
Edward, why can't that person be you? Why can't that person be us?
Why don't we get 20 more people to help?
And
That's what I'm saying, right? It doesn't have to be few, I don't think.
There are people that we will meet along our way that have the same goal. Gamora. Right? The lady, her name escapes me currently, but the lady that was a guard. There are people... Tarak's friend.
Her name was Nyla or Mary, depending
Shut up,
on
Tarak.
who I'm sorry.
Riniya's friend that's going to save my life. There are people scattered around everywhere. We're not alone. If anything, we're gathering our numbers. But that takes effort on our end. And I understand that at the end of the day, you're tired. And you're afraid, and I'm sorry that I give you a hard time. But I don't want you to give up.
Quite honestly, I don't know if I have much of the choice to give up right now. As of now, I'm kind of just in limbo. I don't really have anywhere to go. So, wherever this path leads, that's where it's going to lead. I've kind of accepted that. But I understand systems, I can make things happen. That's what I was trained for. So, if there needs to be something that allows people who aren't making anything out of their lives to at least give something, like make something or do whatever to get out of where they are, then I suppose I could help put in systems in place to make that happen. I have some money. I have some influence. And I can use those things. I don't have to be barging around fighting dragons to do that.
Sure. Let me ask, and I mean this as a friend, even if you don't see me as one. What did your dad say to you before we left Athala?
I didn't see my father before we left. Before
Did
I
he leave
left.
you a note?
DM?
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, I'm blanking. Was that note that Charles opened from my father? It was, right?
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure I remember what it said, but just give me a brief tone because I'm pretty sure I remember, but I want to get it right.
He didn't actually read it. Charles.
That's
No,
right.
You didn't actually read
Charles
it. You
said,
had...
"I
gave you
didn't
the
think
summary.
you want to read this."
Yeah, Charles was like, "Yo, this basically consists of him ripping you to shreds, talking about how you're a disappointment to the family, how you're a disappointment to him, and you're never going to do anything with your life."
And Havel, what did you just ask Edward again?
I asked if
specifically?
your dad left you a note. If you didn't talk to him, he must have left you a note. Did he leave you a note?
I didn't get the chance to talk to him. He was too busy, I suppose. I saw Charles, but
No note?
no,
Nothing?
nothing.
Do I believe him?
Insight check, deception check.
Yeah, baby.
Absolute trash. You don't have to roll high, trust me.
Oh, well, you don't have to roll high either, my friend.
Okay, well,
I rolled
I
a
guess
6.
let's see how well this goes. Give me my DC, bud.
6.
Is it really a 6?
Yeah, it's really a 6, dude. I wasn't kidding.
I got a 6.
I have a 19 charisma.
Well, meets it, beats it.
Meets
He
it, beats it. Yeah.
Meets
Whoa,
it, beats it.
dude.
he doesn't believe you.
Right. Edward, I don't come from wealth, but I do know what it takes to make money. And doing absolutely terrible BS, the worst, most terrifying things sometimes leads to wealth. And I know one thing's for sure, is that a dragon holds many a wealth. So you don't have to be willing, but I do know that you have saved our lives on many occasions. I'd
Maybe
be
one.
happy to... Yeah. You've done your part. I would like to have you by my side if I do go onto this draconic venture.
Why? Like, what could I possibly do? I feel like we don't have the same goals. I feel like we don't have the same skill sets. It doesn't make sense to me.
I'll tell you what.
Like, if you look at it, if you break it down, there are other
we-
ways I can use my talents in
Sure.
the world than just throwing myself at enemies. And I'm flattered, but I just can't, I can't be sold that easily on the idea.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, yeah. I'm not going to stop you if you want. The only thing I can really offer is that I would give you the go-ahead to turn tail and run if things get rough. But at the end of the day, you'll have a story to tell.
Edward turns at him and smiles and says, "We'll see where this road takes us. First, let's make sure you don't die."
I appreciate
Also, and he stands up and starts like putting his pack on and says, "Don't touch my loot without asking." And he starts to make his way back to the tent.
that. Actually, Havel, while walking behind him, is gonna go. I said I was sorry. Also, I've never actually handled the loot before. I just kind of... I've seen people play, and I've seen you play, and I just kind of figured, you know,
It sounded okay.
notation-wise-
Okay, what do you want me to say? Just
No,
don't
I'm
do it
just-
again.
I'm
Just that annoying guy is like, yeah, I've never done it before, but I'm just the best, you know, it's fine.
just
Great.
Havel's just gonna like, what? Okay, I'm sorry.
During that conversation, Melora has started to take down the tent and everything.
Yeah. By the time that Havel and Edward get back, and Riniya gets done with her extra long ritual, you guys have everything set up and ready to go, and can begin making your way towards Katin.
Great.
Real quick, Havel, show me your hands.
It's up to my arms, isn't it? It's like
It's
elbows.
Oh,
up to your
God.
shoulders.
I'm about to die.
Well, we
This
have had
arm
like
day,
4
huh?
days of travel, so
That's sick.
Guys, I'm feeling a bit bony.
On the bright side, you provide an excellent medical specimen for aspiring doctors.
Are you an aspiring doctor?
I am a doctor.
And I don't help you.
You help me in many ways, Havel.
Great. I
So,
start walking.
yeah, you guys begin making your way on your last leg towards Katin. As you begin making your way through the winding road, After about 4 or so hours, you actually pass the final mountain and begin making your way down further and further, leaving the highlands of the base of the mountains and begin making your way down towards what you can see probably about 10 miles out, since you're still above it, seeing out towards the coast. You can see winding down in front of you this landscape that changes from rolling hills and plains to a large kind of flat land that turns into the coast, this beached coast. And down past it, an abrupt end of this cliffside that this sandy flatland area cliffsides off. And on it, you can see a small town, probably 6-7 buildings or so. About 4 or 5 of them grouped together, and then 2 kind of outlying buildings a little bit further away. And the path begins winding its way down, and you continue to follow it. And towards the end of the day, Havel, you are feeling really bad. After walking for about 6 hours on bone legs up to your hips, basically, you are really starting to feel it. You can feel the fatigue, the fatigue. I did it again. I hate myself. The fatigue.
It's kind of cute.
Je suis très fatigué.
Yeah, exactly. But you guys begin making your way down, and that's where we're going to take our break.
Pronounced fatigué.
Je suis fatigué. Fatigué.
So we'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes to enter into the town of Katin and hopefully get to find Lada.
Yay!
Settlers of Katin.
Yay.
Yeah, we'll be back in a little bit.
Settlers of Katin.
No.
All right, so we're back with joyous dancing. Good job, Lydia.
You're welcome.
So, where we left off, the party was just beginning to make their way down to the coast cliff line to enter the town of Katin. You guys begin making your way, and it's still another hour of walking, going down this winding trail. But you get about 100 feet out, and along the obsidian road, there are little oil lamps that just line the road, welcoming you to this small little town. You begin to enter, and you can see those 7 houses, this tiny community of people. You can see there's one bigger house that looks like has 2 stories to it. The lower story being a general store and bar/inn, and the upper story having bedrooms, probably the home of the proprietor. You can see that the rest of the housing is mostly just housing. There is one little blacksmith shop. It's not even like a fully fledged forge or anything like that. They have a small little fire pit that has bricks that go around it. And they have like an anvil around them and a few hammers and stuff like that, but it's not covered. It's not industrial by any means. It's just this small little forge. As you begin going through, it is dusk, and you can hear most of the sound coming from that larger building. Probably about what it sounds like about 10 or so people laughing and enjoying themselves. As you begin entering the town further, Riniya begins to lead you off to the right side of the town towards the cliffside, where there's one lone building, just a single story building, very quaint and coastal styled. It's like a faint blue with white trim, and then a nice thatch roof going on top of it, with the entrance going out towards the cliffs. And Riniya begins leading you up to that little house.
Trek makes sure to put up his hood and kind of shrink himself down as much as he can.
This is a beach, right?
It's
This
a
is a beach.
cliff. It's a
It's a
cliffside.
cliff.
Yeah.
Is there sand?
Is
There is
there a
sand.
beach?
There's
Is
There's
this
a
our
beach at the
beach
bottom.
episode?
There's sand
episode?
along the cliff, and if you look past the cliff, you can see there is an actual beach down at the bottom of the cliff as well.
So DJ gives us a beach episode, but there's a cliff between us
Pop.
and the beach. So
Papa,
Ah.
I was promised beach.
As you guys begin to approach the cliff, far off to the right, you can see one. There's a few different islands around here, but one of the larger ones, this jungled island, far off the coastline, out to the right side. But the sun is just beginning to set over the ocean view, and as you approach the house, you can hear the squeaks of a rocking chair. You begin to approach Engum around the corner, and there is this large, probably the tallest, beefiest dwarf any of you have ever seen. Probably about 5 foot tall, talking like 180 pounds. Like straight up shredded, jacked. He makes Cather look small. Dwarf with this huge bushy white beard that comes into one little knot at the end, this huge bun tied up, just smoking probably the biggest pipe you've also seen. It's, straight up like this big around, just a little goblet of herbs that he's smoking, and just rocking in his chair. You guys are approaching from behind the house, as that's the way that the road comes, and so he doesn't see you right away.
That's Marv.
Do you want to approach?
The one
Yes,
that gave you the mace.
And yes, that one.
Okay.
I've seen this Hunter x Hunter episode.
Is he jumpy? Should we approach carefully?
I got it.
All right.
And Riniya. We'll start walking up, and she'll go, do you mind helping me find some people? I think I'm lost. I don't really know exactly where I am right now. I'm looking for my friend Marv and Lada. I haven't seen them
He
in a
stands
while.
up and turns to see you. Riniya! And he picks you up and squeezes you and throws you around a little bit before eventually setting you down.
Puts her in a headlock.
Shush. You are so good. Oh my gosh, you don't look any different. This is amazing. Why, Lada. And he goes inside, and you can hear kind of some rumbling about before.
While that's happening, Havel just kind of like nudges Tarak and is like, well, now I feel unoriginal.
Before you can hear some things falling over as Marv goes in, and then eventually he opens the door, and you can see Lada come out the door. Her tan elven skin and nice features with her kind of greenish tinted hair flowing ever so nicely. This kind expression on her face with her traditional blue robes with the gold highlights, steps out and looks at you and goes, Riniya, come here. Before pulling you into a very, very tight hug and kissing your head before stepping back. You look marvelous.
Thank you. I got a good night's rest.
Good. I'm glad. Who are your friends?
And I'm gonna quickly turn around. Who is closest?
Who's closest?
I step forward.
Got Melora.
I step forward and I go, hi, I'm the one dying.
Yes, this is Havel. He really needs some urgent help.
Oh, okay, perfect. I missed all of that. Say it again.
This is Havel. He really needs some urgent help.
Oh, all right. Yeah, come here.
He's the one with the curse and
I
the bone hands.
I take off my jacket.
Oh, I see. Okay, well here, come sit down. Marv.
Thank you.
Wait, Marv, is it all right if he sits in your rocking chair? I suppose.
I appreciate it, friend. Thank you.
Yeah, sit down. And she kneels in front of you, and may I?
Sure.
She lifts your arm very gently. What did you do?
I sat in a chair, actually.
Would you like to stand then?
No. No. I'm very tired. I sat in a chair. Well, okay. So there's a whole hag thing that happened, and we walked into her hut, and I saw a small skeleton, and I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. And then it screamed at me, and then it turned to dust, and then I sat in its chair.
You sat in a screaming skeleton's chair.
Well, I don't think it was the chair that was cursed. To be fair. Okay, listen, I apologize. It was an idiot thing to do. I know it was an idiot thing to do. I don't want to die.
Well, that's fair, I suppose. Okay. I'll get back to you. 1 second. And she stands up.
Take all the time you need.
Hi. I would love to get to know all of you very, very well, but I actually need to do a couple things now because there is a dead man on my porch. I will be right back.
No problem.
I'm very much alive.
Have we considered the fact that if we remove the curse, that whatever was animating your bones just stops and your arms just fall off?
Maybe we didn't need to really think about it.
I figured that I'd stay bones and I'd just be like this half meat, half bone man.
Well,
that would be
deserve
pretty
to
cool,
be bones.
honestly.
You're gonna be sitting in things like that.
I hope not.
Some people get, tattoos to look like that, so maybe it's a desirable look.
Do you think
In
you can
some
tattoo
cases.
bones?
Does this considerably change my charisma score, DM?
Thankfully, you have clothes to cover everything at the moment, and it's not your face. But at this moment, Lada comes back. with a few different jars of stuff. And she comes and sits down in front of you. Okay, so here's the deal. Hags are very, very particular with their curses, and usually have many countermeasures to prevent them from just going away. So I'm going to try to just remove this the way that I know how with the resources that I have, and we'll see if that works.
And if you fail,
then we have some options. But we're going to try this first. Doc. Okay, here, you want it straight? This isn't going to work, okay? You need what is called Enosin. Enosin is a herb that I can use as a component for the remove curse spell, but I don't have any.
Where do you get it?
Well, there's a variety of places that you can get it. The closest of which is that island. The island of Luce.
DM. How many days do I have?
You have 3 at the moment.
Oh, great.
The closest place that you can get it is going to be on that island, the island of Luce. I would not recommend going there.
Why?
That is where Erythal Keep is.
Oh, this is perfect.
Well,
great.
On the bright side, we need to go there anyway.
Right.
Why are you going to Erythal Keep?
I was actually
you do not want to go.
It's a dead dragon.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait.
There was a guardian. We almost died to a dragon. I had to make an offer.
You promised the dragon that we'd do something.
It was either that or we died.
Okay.
I didn't know it was that bad.
Let me wrap my head around this. Okay. So you got cursed. And then you're coming to me.
Yes.
On your way to me, you ran into a dragon.
A dragon attacked us.
Okay, well that's not good.
And in order to save my friends here and myself from getting acided,
dissolved.
Yes.
Acidized?
Sure.
Melted, perhaps?
Dead. I offered up my services of acquiring certain things, and then this dragon took that as I can acquire an entire keep for the dragon. So now we have to acquire an entire horde and keep.
Okay.
He gave me a coin that
Riniya
wrecks me.
Is he joking? Am I just missing it?
No, that happened.
I don't joke about my life.
I'm not very good with the jokes. Riniya's been trying to help me, but I'm still not very good with it. Okay, so Erythal Keep is not a place that you want to go. It was the home of Theratellamos.
I've gathered
kind of the king of dragons here in the Blind Nations. He was recently murdered.
Right.
And
do you know what's residing in the island?
I don't think anything is residing in the keep or anything like that. From what I saw, the people that went there left.
The flying lizard said otherwise. He says there was a guardian.
Well, there are many guardians to Erythal Keep.
Wonderful.
Theris Telemos is a very, very prized head to hang on their wall. And so to keep himself safe, he basically invited some of the strongest creatures that he knew to live on the island with him, on the condition that where they lived in paradise, they protected the keep. He's dead now, but now that means that his hoard is available to anybody that can take it. And
there's
so
a chance there may not be anything left by the time we get there.
Well, if anything can get past the guardians.
I suppose.
Hold on one moment. I'm sorry. how do you know that he's really dead? I mean, this thing, I didn't even know he actually existed. I've heard legends. I thought it was a story. And how do you know it's like there? And how do you know he's dead? Couldn't this all just be tales?
Well, I had a unique relationship with him.
You knew, insert name here of the dragon that starts with a TH. You knew that.
Theratellamos.
New, like primate.
Theratellamos. You knew him.
In many ways, yes. Him and I were close. Yes.
Ah,
What?
impressive. You know, I should have tried that on the black dragon.
Only metallic dragons can take a human form.
I still should have really tried that on the black dragon.
Anyway, unless our relationship has changed, he hasn't visited me in about a month, which hasn't happened for about, let's see. I built this place about 200 years ago, and then I went off. So it hasn't happened since Riniya left, but it was happening very often before that. Anyway, it's not, it's very uncommon.
Have you been to the island?
No, he would come here.
Rini, did you know that your mentor was the lover to an ancient, powerful being?
This?
What was that?
Did I know this?
Roll a. I'm gonna say roll a perception check. This is a past perception check to see.
Hindsight.
Yeah, hindsight. It's 2020, you know.
So,
30-20?
insight check.
Yeah,
Hindsight check.
It's interesting because when you were traveling with Lada, you would visit Katin every once in a while. She had built her home there long ago, and so it wasn't uncommon for you guys between adventures or between quests or whatever to come back to Katin and reside there for a few days and rest up. And basically the day that she would be coming into town, there would always be this tall, very handsome man with not like a beard like Marv's, but a nice, very salt and peppered beard with salt and pepper hair coming back, who would always greet you guys in and would always stay the night with you guys. A very, very good friend of Lada's. Yeah. So in hindsight, it's kind of like realizing that, when you hit that age, when you become a teenager and you realize that your parents still do things.
Noted.
Your mentor was dating Hugh Jackman?
Exactly.
Oh.
Well, in that case, then I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey.
I have known
This
him
is
a very
unreal.
long time, and it is strange to think that he could be gone, but not necessarily surprising. He faced many challenges often.
You know what else is strange? Not the gut in. The ever-present lack of feeling in my body, in which that I have 3 days to fix, or else I die. I'm sorry, but I'm actually having a bit of an anxiety attack
All right.
regarding this.
Lotta, this herb that you need, what does it look like? I'm quite skilled in identifying and finding herbs such as that, so what should I be looking for?
It is a vine that grows on other plants that will have little cones of yellow flowers.
All right.
Hey, DM.
Yeah.
So in this conversation, you have revealed that hags tend to include specific things in their curses that make them harder to remove, or there's like a lock and a key kind of situation, right?
Yeah.
Now, while we're at the witch's hut,
Mhm.
I seem to remember Melora taking a bunch of herbs
I
from her
did.
background.
I
Yep.
did.
Now, theoretically, how likely would it be that hidden in plain sight, the hag would keep the herb that was important to undo the curse within her own abode?
Let me see if
AKA,
I
what does Melora have to roll?
So Melora grabbed a jar.
I grabbed quite a few. I just kind of grabbed what was available, and I grabbed the jar of terum berries. Alright, let me see.
Should keep those to look good.
You keep saying that. Will you tell me what they do?
No.
If you know.
Why would I do that?
Let's see. Alright, so I know it's this one because I have written at the top, Riniya puppet. Alright, so I just wrote 1 jar of dried terum fruit, bundle of herbs, very, very helpful. A basic healing potion, like equivalent of herbs, and then lavender.
Now, out of any of those,
yes. Okay, I remember. Yes, these are the herbs. Okay, yes. No, it's not the same thing.
Dang it! I was
Yes.
so hopeful that
These
I
are the herbs.
It was a
These
good
are herbs
try.
that work as these are herbs that when like made into a tea or even if just eaten raw and stuff like that, they act as one healing potion.
Well, he gave it a good try. It was a very good.
Yes, I was
Look,
tricking up for just a
I
second.
thought that maybe DJ was
Starting to
like,
break
"Oh
the
yeah,
game.
this is the play," but you blew it, and I was like, "Nah, I got you."
Well, no. See, what I should have done is I should have said yes, but it's back in Athala, and you guys have to walk the 4 days back to Athala.
Oh God.
Because Havel's dead.
And then Havel dies to
Alright.
a dragon.
How
On the way back.
How long does it take to get to the island?
It's about a day's rowing.
That's not
Now,
great.
you can't fix it, right? Like right now.
No, I might be able to give you some time.
That was my
is
question.
good. Time is good. I mean,
Let me double check.
unless you didn't recommend traveling in the waters at night, we could, I suppose, just take rounds, sleeping and rowing, like, right now.
It is not terrible, but there are creatures that lurk in the depths around the islands.
Sure.
So just keep that in mind. I'm in the wrong book. She says as she closes this book and opens another one.
Riniya, you said you had friends. Could they help? Like Marv? And I look at Marv. Question mark?
I'm not going to that island.
Okay. I was just checking.
Question, Laura.
That's what I'm
Did you have a pet name for him?
Oh, you're talking to me? Sorry.
Yes, for the ancient dragon. Did you have a pet name for the ancient dragon? His name is very long, and I'm bad at speaking, apparently.
She mainly just called him
Amos.
sexy.
Amos.
Amos.
Short and sweet.
Did Amos, by any chance, divulge the type of guardians that reside around the island?
There were giants.
Nice.
There were other dragons.
We've slain a
Wonderful.
giant
Wonderful.
before.
Oh, that's very impressive.
Well,
Well, it
hold
was
on
mainly
now.
Cather and
Hold on
Melora.
now. Havel,
Yes, ma'am.
so these guardians were on the side of Amos, as we've said. They were protecting him. So, what if they protected us against the one black dragon that wanted to kill us?
Are you telling me to make a bargain with even more ancient beings?
I'm not saying you have to, but I'm saying if we came and we said, this dragon is trying to steal this horde, I mean,
We lure him in.
I have an idea.
he has the
Smack
coin
'em.
to track.
Okay.
I'm just
Sure.
saying it's an option. If these guardians are numerous and to protect the horde, I mean, if we let them know, like, hey, we didn't actually care about the horde necessarily, we just were trying not to die.
If he's
I
tracking
don't-
and using the coin, what if I put it on the island and then we just leave? He'd never know.
I'm just saying we have options. Like, we could potentially not have to hurt any of these guardians.
That is fair.
Here it is. Does anyone have 100 gold pieces worth of dust? Diamond dust.
Fresh out.
Well, let me think here.
Does dirt count? I could go grab some.
No.
Okay. I will be right back.
DM,
Marv, come here.
do I have any gems? Do I have any gems or anything on me?
Do you have any gems on you?
No, probably not.
Actually,
I
hey
have a
DM,
tinker.
Hey.
I have some things in the bottom of my bag. Would any of them happen to be a diamond?
You would know that diamonds, while not the favorite gemstone to use, were often used for lesser families, especially like the lowest born in a family, as there are other more appealing gems and stuff like that. So there could be
DJ
a diamond or two.
I'll be right back. I just gotta go check something. I go like behind a house.
Roll a D100.
Oh, goody. Oh, thank God. I'm so good at rolling dice, guys.
I want you to know I'm telling you to do D100 just because we never roll D100s.
7.
Okay.
Normally
No,
when you
that's a
roll
good. You have to
D100,
roll under the percentage.
Yeah,
yeah,
normally
exactly.
D100
That's
is
good.
lower the better. Normally.
I can't believe you did that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. No, that's perfect.
What was the percentage?
Oh,
There's 10% chance.
yes.
Wow, dude.
Good job, Aaron.
Good job,
I
man.
would like to transition from rolling d20s to strictly d100s because apparently
So-
I'm much better at this.
So, Tarak, you kind of go around the back of the house, set your bag down, flip it open, reach in, undo your compartment, pull out a few different ornaments that were in your mentor's beard. And in two of them, you can see a couple small diamonds, along with a few other gemstones, but two small diamonds, one in each of the adornments, I'll say.
Great. Real quick, I lean down. I say, "If there are any spirits in these, I'm really sorry." And then I just kind of pop them out.
Okay.
And I stick the like whatever the actual ornaments are back in the bag, and I take
the pieces
two
of
tiny
gold.
gems, restrap everything, tie it back up, throw it on my shoulder, and walk back and say, "I found 2 diamonds in the woods.
What?
Would these be good enough?" And behind the house.
Havel literally goes, "Wait, what did you? What?"
I
Oh
meant
my
behind
gosh.
the wooden house. Like
Oh.
the house.
Are there spirits in this? Hey.
There are 4 spirits in this.
Oh,
Wait,
oh
that's what I'm
my
looking for.
god.
Okay, give me 1 second. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
The woods. Oh,
found
oh
it in
yeah,
the
you know
woods.
the woods we passed on the way.
Yep.
You guys just don't remember.
It was there, I swear.
It was there.
I promise. I
Okay.
promise it was there.
It just showed up. It was just sitting there,
So-
like it was waiting.
So, you call that out. Lada then comes out and reaches out her hand. May I see them?
Yeah. I like real carefully put them in her hand.
Muff. Yeah, that's probably about 100 gold worth or so. And he hands them to Lada, who then goes and says, "Great. Okay, I have the stuff to do this. Yeah." And she goes, and she actually leaves the door open this time, which allows you guys to actually see into her house. And while it is very well decorated, very nice, it is clear that cleanliness is not Lada's main concern. She has different instruments and tools and cups and silverware and food and just a random assortment of things strewn about this very nice and well decorated house. And she eventually goes around a corner and opens up this little tiny closet and goes, yes, yeah. And she pulls out a huge warhammer. It's real. And you recognize this. This is one of the weapons that she would use when she was adventuring. It has a number of different properties. But she then goes out to the back of the house where there is a pretty large stone with a little kind of divot circle in the center. And she just sets the stones or the diamonds inside of it. And she goes, Rini, would you come here?
Coming.
I
want
was
you
just
to do
rocking
this.
back and forth.
Wait, really?
I'm tired and old.
Okay. and then she's gonna go for it.
Okay, roll the hit. You have a +3.
Dirty 20.
Nice, perfect. So you go and you swing, and it instantly shatters this. And as it does, you pull the warhammer away, and the dust settles just a little bit, and then this little blue wisp begins coming from the diamonds before eventually this dwarven ghost stands in front of you.
I look around the corner and I just go, ah.
And it stands there in front of you, and its hair slowly begins to lift up before it unhinges its jaw and screams at you as it goes charging towards you. I need everyone to roll initiative.
Ah.
And we're around the
Thank
corner.
God
right?
it wasn't another curse.
Now you're turning into bones.
Oh, sorry, you thought this was
That's
D&D.
right.
We're actually all just getting cursed and turning into bones, so...
So this is D&D.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Where is what I'm looking for?
Was I mistaken that Riniya and the mentor was around the corner or something?
They're around the corner.
Okay, good. Because that's what Tarak
But
said.
now, my question is, am I of any use in this situation?
And
Good question. Arrows probably go through ghosts.
Probably. And I didn't want to break
Unfortunate.
anything in Lotta's house.
They're not in the house.
Outside.
They're behind the house.
Alright, but if
Where
it
you found
goes
the
back
diamonds?
through the ghost, a window, I didn't know. I'd be worried about
Okay.
breaking something.
We're just gonna go with this.
Aim towards his
Yeah.
knees.
And Mars.
Kneecaps.
Good old Mars. Yeah. We'll give him
Just bust the ghost's kneecaps, you know, just really like
Right.
just
Right.
25 to 20.
20.
Okay, as normal, Melora goes first. 19 to 15.
16.
16.
Okay.
I have a higher dex.
Yes. Not hard to do. Pretty low bar.
And 14 to 10.
D&D is fun, everyone.
9 to 5.
9.
Sweet.
Long to 5.
And what you get?
4.
I rolled a 2, so 1.
I rolled a 2. Oh, yeah, that's worse.
Okay, so then Edward.
Catherine doesn't realize combat is happening right now.
Okay,
Catherine's like,
so Melora.
man, cool pipe.
Alright. So,
So, yeah, you don't know what's going on. You haven't heard anything. There's just a little smash of something. You're standing awkwardly with your friends, trying not to be an inconvenience.
now, do I hear the ghost scream, though?
The ghost doesn't actually scream. It just unhinges its jaw and lets out this as
Does-
it goes like engulf.
Does Riniya scream?
I
It's
do.
not her turn yet.
Then I will hold my action because although I have a passive perception of 18. Does that do anything
Is
for me?
this ghost being stealthy? Well, that's a natural one. Yeah, sure. You get a tingle sense. Your spidey sense goes off.
All right.
Rinia's in danger.
I'm
The
going
squirrel
to take
says.
this.
Oveneers.
I'm going to take this turn to like start backing away from the conversation to go check on them. So I'll probably
cool.
only be able to intervene next round.
Yeah. I mean, you get to the back of the house, you see a ghost.
Great. How many feet have I traveled?
20.
Okay, I'm going to go daggers because I didn't want to
Dagger.
destroy anything for
Okay. Yeah, go
Carlotta.
ahead and roll the hit.
All right.
Blet.
As Aaron would say,
That's
what
a-
if it's a friendly ghost?
Yeah, what if it's peaceful?
What if it's
Maybe, except it's
What
like
if it's just
lunging.
excited to see me?
It's lunging towards Riniya, and that's good enough for me. All
For
right.
a hug.
The first one is a dirty 20.
Okay, that hits.
All right. That is 8 piercing damage. If that does anything.
You've never popped
You-
out of a gem and just gone, oh my god, and then ran towards the first person so you can have a hug.
Surprise, shorty!
Okay. You run
Alright.
up to it and you slash through, and it cuts through it, and then it just immediately reforms.
Okay. That's not entirely terrible. I'll just, 2-weapon fighting, just have another go at it.
Go for it. Hit again.
Didn't know about that one. That's a 12.
Oh, that hits.
Oh, really? All right.
Yeah, you're fine.
Is that your fighting style?
And 8. No, but archery is my style that I
Okay.
chose. Yeah, I just have 2-weapon fighting
You
as
just
a
have
bonus
two.
action.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's-
go through
That.
another 8 points, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay. 8 is still lunging at Renaya. It's in the middle of doing that. So,
Right.
at which point it is going to lunge at Renaya.
Oh no.
Let's see.
Complete lunge.
At me.
And
Come at
this
me,
is
bro.
when the party realized
Come at me.
they messed up.
Well, the
What
bright
does it
side-
want to do?
on the
We'll
bright
just do
side-
withering touch.
the ghost
Ooh.
is fighting 2 clerics right now.
You may say that Melora
Is-
has a Rini radar.
Does a 15 hit you, Rini?
A 15?
15. It goes and lunges at you, reaching out with both hands, this dwarven man. And you just take like one step back before it kind of reaches out and then turns to see who just stabbed it. Havel, it's your turn. You're sitting there on your rocking chair. Try
Havel
not to
aware-
die.
Is Havel aware that there's a problem?
What's your passive perception?
9.
Like 9.
Yeah, no. You got no clue. Your
Um,
bones ache, bro. Like you've been tired before. Not like this. You are exhausted.
I am using my action to rock.
Nice.
Yep. That's all I'm doing.
Awesome. Tarak, you step around the corner, see the ghost, step back, step around
So-
the corner.
Karak talked a lot with his mentor. Learned a lot of things. Does he know how they got the spirits into the gems?
Prayer.
Roll a religion check.
It's just it's like a pokeball. You just like
Come on,
What?
come on, Aaron.
Book is that in?
No, he doesn't. It's like
some
an 8.
Which book is Ancestral Guardians in?
Oh,
Xanath.
Ancestral Guardians
Xanath?
is a
Is it
spell that
Xanath?
I actually have. Well, I don't.
It's not a spell.
have
It's
it.
a subclass.
the subclass
Oh,
of
yeah,
the guardians.
no,
that-
that
It's-
one.
It's the barbarian.
Zan-
Yeah,
Xanathar?
that's a barbarian. That's in Xanathar's. Yeah.
Xanathar? I was gonna say. It's like is it Zan?
Pass.
Yeah, no. Track does not know.
Xanathars.
Zunith.
Zunathoris.
Fatigue.
Fatigue.
Got him.
Ooh,
Fat
wait a
wet.
second. Hold on. What
Congrats.
level am I? I'm level 3, right?
Love you, buddy.
Yes, you are.
Okay. I don't know how, so I'm just going to ask it nicely.
Okay.
When you're killed
Um,
by a-
I'm going to grab my bag. I'm going to hold it in front of me. I'm going to, as an action, use my gosh dang thingamabob that I have that I, for the life of me, can't remember the name of.
Channel divinity.
Yes. I'm gonna use my channel divinity. That's right.
Aaron forgot a thing.
Look,
What?
I'm panicking. I didn't expect this.
You aren't expecting
How can the
ghosts
track
in the
think
stone.
tank? Gosh dang.
You're
Expect
expecting the
this.
spirit stone to have a
I'm
spirit
gonna
in
use
it.
my channel divinity to give myself a +5 bonus to all persuasion checks
Okay.
for the next like 10 minutes.
Cool.
And I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna say, I am really sorry. I didn't know you were in there. Please go into one of these.
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
Oh, am I?
Oh,
there we
please.
I'm back. Okay, cool. Say that all again. I missed it all. I'm really sorry.
I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were in there. Can you please go into one of these? I'm sorry if you have to share. Total accident.
So
I
use your
knew
action to
I
use
knew
your
your like
divinity, right?
grandson. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
I knew your grandson.
So it turns and it sees you.
friend.
Hold up
It
the
will.
bag.
It will have to. You'll have to use your next action to make a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Okay.
You'll have to use your next turn to do it though.
Yep.
It has to be your action.
Yeah.
Which is gonna bring us to Lada.
Go Lada.
Did you just say la da ba ba ba?
Maybe.
Okay.
Expectation.
What challenge rating is this? Okay.
Too
What
high.
level cleric is Lada?
High enough.
We're just gonna roll a
Strong.
d20.
Enough to kill
That
the
sucks.
spirit.
No.
Okay.
Well,
Enough
Why
to
don't
kill
you
the
just-
spirit.
Why don't you just make her strong enough?
She has a +3 warhammer.
So
Have the power.
Lada just steps forward and she pulls out a symbol very similar to the symbol that Riniya has. Not quite as elegant, not rimmed in jewels or anything like that, but she just steps forward and just touches it to the ghost. And the ghost, there's with a purple, almost like dissolve effect, just begins to dissolve and diminish before disappearing.
So
Saw
she
that
can do
coming.
that, but she can't save me.
How did
Malor-
you do that?
Well, you should be able to do it. So, you know, have you faced any undead recently?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, the next time you face an undead, you can use, you can channel Malice's gifts through you to probably at this point just turn them away from you, but eventually it will allow you to just destroy them. Most of them. Depends on how powerful of an undead they are. But as you grow, you'll be able to destroy more and more powerful undead.
Okay.
Melora's just
You'll do
standing
great.
there with both daggers, like heavy breathing, like
By the way, this is Tarak, Melora, Cather,
hello.
Wait,
and
we're not there.
Edward.
Yeah,
We're not there
Cather
yet.
and Edward
We're
are-
still around the
Okay,
corner with
Then
Havel.
this is Melora and Tarak.
Hello.
You did a wonderful job, Melora. Those would have been
Thank
great.
you. Thank you.
You said you're Tarak?
yeah.
Maybe next time don't give me spirit diamonds, please.
I don't know they were spirit diamonds. I thought they were just regular diamonds.
Is this the first time that Track feels like he did something wrong while being with the party?
After Track feels like he has done something wrong 99% of the time, and now it's 100. He just goes. He said it kind of like dissolved into like purple mist.
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna try to like gather some like purple dust, and I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm just gonna like pull it and just in my bag.
You didn't know. It's okay.
But wait,
See, but I know the back end of all of this.
Tarak, did you say I know your grandson? Your grandson?
Oh,
Did I hear you say that?
I mean, well, like,
oh my gosh, I'm too hot
Why
now.
don't
As
we go back to the others?
Oh.
Yeah,
Hey,
after all
guys.
that
Oh.
happened,
This is-
Edward just turned to Cather and went, "Did you hear something?"
I think it was just the wind.
Lada
Oh,
then
yeah.
goes,
Maybe
and she
I'm just
she
jumpy.
just scoops the diamond dust into her hand. All right, let's go.
this
And
is
she goes
fair,
around back front.
but I can't believe that.
What
That's
was it?
hilarious.
Marv? Murphy?
The grandfather of your mentor spirit just got obliterated.
I'm gonna need a minute.
This is a very nice rocking chair. It's very nice.
Like he's just gone.
All right, Havel,
Oh my goodness. That's
This
so
one.
hilarious.
you sit there. 1 second, and she pulls out her book again.
This is a very nice rocking chair.
Oh, thank you. Marv built it.
Mark, good
was-
work. Good job.
Where the heck is the spell? Okay, here we go. All right. Here we go. Okay. Go ahead and just breathe this in for me. And she holds a little bowl of diamond dust.
Can I stick out my hands?
Uh-huh.
So
She
puts it.
dumps it in.
Okay. No, don't.
Wait,
No.
actually, she doesn't do that. She goes to dump it in, realizes that your hands are nothing but bones, just sets the bowl in your hands,
Okay.
and then like holds your hands up. Can you hold this?
Yes. I position the bowl, take out a dagger, and I go, everyone look away for a moment. And I'm gonna like put it into a line.
Edward's so
I
laughing.
called this. I literally in my head was like, he's about to snort this diamond dust.
Yeah, oh,
He gets
she
out
said
his
breathe it
credit
in.
card, starts chopping it up a bit.
I get it into a line, form it.
Mhm.
Heck, I even put it on my dagger.
Okay, perfect.
Does
Hold
anyone
on
have a
second.
couple of $100 bills?
And she rests her hand over the dagger with the line of diamond dust on it.
Yeah.
And begins saying a few things, and you watch as purple symbols begin emerging up her arms. This almost arcane equation begins to flow up her arms before then flowing, or appears up her arms before flowing down her arms and then into her fingertips, causing this kind of silverish white diamond dust to turn a purpled hue. And then she goes, "All right, you may snort it now."
just
Wholesome diamond.
real quick, roll just for the lulls.
performance check.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
Sure. Not the first time I've had to do that.
No, not at all.
Sure, it won't be his last. How
Hey,
we're
listen here,
talking
bud.
about here.
13.
Oh, perfect. DC was 12. That's great. Yeah, like candy. You've done this many times. Just,
Ew.
and as you
better
do,
already.
you, the rest of you watch as these purple lines fill his veins. This purple energy fills his veins, going out from his nose and his cheek and down his neck, and eventually onto his shoulders. And as it begins to go down his shoulders, the muscle and tendons and skin begin to regrow on his shoulders and biceps and down just past his elbow.
Does Havel feel anything from this?
You begin to feel it's a very painful experience as your nerves
Okay.
are being like almost played with as they're regrowing and going through
Perfect.
your arms and your
Havel
thighs.
starts screaming
Oh
and
my God.
is on the ground writhing in pain. So
Yeah.
to be exact, Havel went from going, I feel better already, to
Do we have something he could bite down on or something to make it?
Mar goes up and sticks out his forearm. You go to bite it, and you can't even fit your jaw around it. It's just so big.
Oh my
Havel's
gosh. Oh my
writhing
gosh.
on the ground in pain.
Oh my
But
gosh.
after about 5 minutes or so, the symbols fade and the purple fades from your veins, and you have the rest down to about just past your forearm of your anatomy has returned, buying you probably about 36 hours.
Great. Havel gets back up and goes, wow, that was probably the second worst trip I've ever been on.
Track pops his head around the corner and says, Could you please keep it down? I'm trying to grieve.
That's fine. I apologize, Shrek.
The good news is it comes back.
Right.
Some things do.
Oh.
Oh no.
The juice box.
Oh, that's rough.
Oh my god.
So, now that we have bought you a little bit of time, would you be able to stay for dinner?
I'm
Yes.
famished.
Oh, and this is Edward, and this is Cather.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, both of you.
Yes, my name is Edward N. Fellows. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I've
I'm
heard much
sorry.
about you.
Are you said fellows? That's
I
not a
did.
common name. Are you from Athala?
I am indeed.
I see.
So you've heard of me.
Riniya, can I talk to you?
The first person that actually recognizes Edward's name, and they're like, "Wow, you're a scumbag."
Wow, your family is the worst. Riniya.
She says that and then proceeds to grab Marv's arm and pull both of you into the
no.
house.
Does she know Edward's
I say something?
father? Oh god.
So
I don't think it's a question at this point.
I completely trust your ability to make friends and your ability to judge people. I just want to be sure, for Marv's sake, that this fellow is not going to
Racist.
cause any problems. You're very soft-spoken. I didn't hear anything you just said. I have old ears.
What do you mean?
Marv, I'm going to say this in the nicest way I know. The fellows do a lot of business in the Lunincona Mountains. And a lot of the people that they employ are not always treated very well or there willingly. So, while Marv has never been either of those, he knows people. Isn't that right, Marv? And he just sits there with white knuckles, not saying anything. So, Marv is perfectly capable of handling himself. And if you say that he's good, he'll be fine. But we need to confirm that.
Well, I haven't really talked with Edward that much, but from what I understand, he is trying to go out and do things differently and do some good. But is there anything you want me to do?
No. We'll just keep Marv on the other side of Edward. Right, that was his name, Edward?
Edward, yeah.
Okay. And maybe he's a nice guy. I don't know. I don't want to judge him. I don't know him. But
I
just
can
want to
talk
be
to him
considerate of everyone, you know?
I'll talk to him.
Okay. I would like that.
Oh, what? I did.
Thank you. And she like brushes her chin a little bit.
Also, look,
That's
and I
bad.
show her my symbol.
Her jaw literally drops. He has a new favorite.
Oh.
That's okay. I'm a little jealous.
I'm sorry.
Well, no, it's fine. He has to have some money that he's teaching things. I already know everything, so
That's true.
yeah. That is very, very pretty, Riniya.
Here's your
I
warhammer back.
Oh, thank you. And she just sets it down. All right, let's go make
I'll
dinner.
go talk to Edward. Okay.
Okay.
Oh god.
Gameplay.
And then
She opens the door. Hi, welcome. Come in.
Hey,
More.
Edward.
I'm famished. Yeah?
Will you stay out with me for just a little tiny moment?
Can't wait. There's dinner ready for us.
No. No.
Okay.
You
I
should talk to
guess.
Riniya. We still need to get dinner ready. You talk to
Havel.
Riniya. We'll get dinner ready.
Melora
Havel
would
gets-
like to offer help with making dinner.
Oh, I would love that. Come on.
I'm
Come on.
Havel-
I love your hair.
Thank you very
Apple
much.
tries to get up from the chair and does so kind of awkwardly, now seeing that like
She
Riniya and Edward
Lana
have a
immediately
talk.
just, you sit there, and then she grabs the chair and pulls it around the side. You stay. You stay. Okay.
Oh, gosh.
And then she goes back inside.
But mm.
Edward, I learned some things just now.
You've learned a lot of things today.
A lot of
okay.
things to learn. This one's not particularly good.
Oh gosh, did Havel do something?
No, I think your parents did. So how much do you know about, your parents' work?
Well, my mother doesn't do much, so it's not really. I mean, she doesn't do much. My father, on the other hand, he works out of mostly the Lunancona Mountains. He works harvesting and distributing aldronite. Pretty. Oh, we've been talking of doing it internationally, even like overseas soon. So that's exciting. But I don't know if it'll get there, especially with the whole debacle. Most of it's probably inland.
Whole debacle.
But you know, if there's a war that breaks out, that could improve business. Although it might be bad for locals. But that's pretty much what we do.
Do you know about the people who work for your father then?
Oh, the dwarves? Yeah, I've heard a lot about them. They have a very interesting culture.
Yes. Do you know how exactly your father goes about having them work?
Well, as far as I understand it, long ago, my great-grandfather actually came across Aldronite and hired some dwarves to help him find it, and eventually the business grew, and so, as far as I know, our family has always worked with the dwarves.
Okay, well, I don't believe that they work kindly with the dwarves.
Who?
Your father.
Well, I mean, he doesn't really go on site all that much. I quite honestly, I don't know exactly what it looks like on field. I hear about it, but as far as I know, there's kind of their own little system over there, right?
Apparently it's not very good, Edward.
What do you mean?
The treatment.
Of...
The dwarves.
Well, there are orcs in the area. That's bad, right? I mean, they don't treat the orcs. They don't treat the dwarves kindly. That could be part of it.
Edward.
Well, I'm serious. I don't think my father would be the kind of man to allow mistreatment of his employees, especially if it's the one providing the business in the first place.
Edward. Marv says otherwise.
Where's Marv from?
He hasn't worked for
Lunancona
your father.
Mountains?
Yeah. He hasn't worked for him, but he knows people who have. And it's not good. And I suggest you be very, very careful.
I appreciate the warning. I think that's wise. I've never seen it, and I've never heard of it. As far as I knew, my father took care of his workers, paid them well, all of those things. That's one of the steps of having a successful business, is having happy employees and all that stuff. That's what he always taught. I can't just take it by ear, honestly, but I think the warning is heeded. I'm sure it's possible that quite a few of the dwarves might not want to work for fellows, but it's kind of in the family of dwarves and whatnot now. So, okay, I'll be mindful of what I say. I won't mention the business. And honestly, if I could, I'd ask my father, but I can't. So, that's about all I know. But I'll do my best. I'll I'll tread lightly.
Okay, Edward. And I will head inside.
Ian,
Yes, Havel.
how much of this did I hear?
All of it.
Great.
Oh yeah, he's just chilling there, isn't he?
Yep, and I'm around the back of the house, sad.
Looking for more diamonds.
I'm literally
I'm
just
just kidding.
trying to pull purple dust into a little pile.
There's not dust. There's nothing there. There's no physical evidence left.
I'm
but
still
yeah.
looking.
Is
I know.
Katin
Actually,
standing
scratch
in the
that.
kitchen, or is he helping?
Scratch
So-
that. If I've noticed Tarak has not come around, I will go around to Tarak.
Oh, yeah, he's around the back.
I'm just going to be there. I'm not going to say anything.
In the kitchen, Lotta immediately put you to work, Melora. And as soon as you started working, she grabbed you, Catherine, and said, "Here, clean this," and just put you to work at organizing the table that currently has a bunch of stuff on it. So you and Marv have been slowly putting things away. Every once in a while, you like go to put something in the wrong spot. He's like, "No, there. You're gonna put it there." Just very short-tempered with you. But eventually, you pick it up and you manage to clear everything away. And Melora and Lotta begin making dinner. Begin making a variety of different foods. When after about half an hour or so, because she's magical and amazing, she manages to make a full course meal in about half an hour.
Nice.
That is impressive and nigh
Yes.
impossible, but let's...
Exactly.
Sure.
Magic. That's why I said magic.
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 Yeah.
Magic.
After you get everything set up and ready to go, Lila pops her head back outside. Havel, how are you
Yes.
feeling? On a scale of this sad face to this happy face, rate your pain.
Did she like minor illusion?
She minor illusion with a little trail of happy faces in the
Adorable.
middle.
That's impressive. I mage hand,
Mm.
and I go like, there's the middle one. I'm like at a 6. Like point at the 6th one.
Called
Okay, good enough. All right, come on, stand up, get inside.
I go to stand up and I trip over myself a little bit, having lost feeling in my feet. and
She goes and she
and then
helps you up.
and then stand up and I go, fine, I'm fine.
I know you are. And she just leads you. She sits you down before eventually she goes back out. Vinny.
Out of
Hello.
hearing.
Did you not hear me?
No.
Out of
Here
hearing.
you know.
Oh, I peeked my head over.
Oh, hi. Dinner is ready if you want any.
Okay, it might be a few minutes, but we'll be right in.
Okay. We'll wait for you a few minutes and then we'll get started if you're not there.
Okay.
All right.
And then
So,
I will
yeah.
slowly approach Tarak. Hey, how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing fine.
Your demeanor speaks otherwise.
You're not here, Cather. Shut up.
I'm peeking out the
Are you
window.
okay?
In my room playing Minecraft.
Are you okay to come and join us?
Yeah, it's just gonna be like a minute. I mean, how would I know that there was like an act? Like I thought that.
Riniya, we can't hear you.
Heard that? Please put that in the paper cuts.
Tarak, you couldn't have.
Yeah, I probably could have.
I mean, how were you supposed to know that that was something you were supposed to know?
I mean, you know, How were you supposed to know that all of a sudden working at an orphanage and then a witch would show up and steal your kid?
Exactly. I couldn't have.
But you ever think that maybe you could have?
Do you think I did the wrong thing?
No, I think I did the wrong thing.
I don't think you did the wrong
Like-
thing.
It's like if I were to put on a scale of of saving Havel and following my mentor's wishes, I'm gonna say that Havel loses. Right? Like that's just kind of how it works. Then I didn't think. I was just like, oh, diamonds, I might have those. I mean, the house behind might have those. It's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. Technically, no, I didn't kill it. I mean, what's in the grand scheme of things, of like a lineage, like one soul.
I think that you had the very best intentions, and that is all we really can ever do.
I mean, intentions don't save lives. But I'm sorry if I'm being rude.
No.
It's fine, it's fine. There's dinner. I'll be okay. You go have dinner. I'm gonna be here for like a little bit. It's probably seafood anyway.
Will you come and get me if you need somebody?
You know I will.
Do I believe him, DM?
Insight check. Aaron.
If I do need something or someone, Riniya is probably the one that I'll get. It's just a question of, does Tarak know that he actually needs someone?
Yeah.
So theoretically, the answer to the question is the truth.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. Well, if things start to get overwhelming or too heavy, then you come and find me.
Yep, will do.
Pinky promise?
Sure.
His pinky's like as big as your palm.
By the way, now, if Havel doesn't live, I'm killing him. Like, if he dies, I will kill him.
And with that, Havel peeks his head out the door and goes, Durak, I think there's something that resembles sand rat over here. I'm not entirely sure.
It's probably a fish.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go in. Come in whenever you're ready. I'll make sure we save some non-seafood for you.
That would be great.
Okay.
It'll just be like somewhere between 10 minutes and an hour. Maybe longer. I don't know. I might just sleep out here.
That okay if I come check on you?
Oh yeah, it's fine. I'll just be around.
Yeah.
I love the ocean.
You don't.
DM.
Yes.
Can Havel make a plate for Tarak?
Yeah.
And then
It's
just,
been
like-
a few minutes. So Lada has allowed everybody to dig in. And there is a variety of different seafood that has been prepared, along with some good veggies and some bread, some homemade bread and stuff like that. And so it's a good meal. And you'd be welcome to get some of the cod and shrimp and some of the other crustaceans that are available.
I make a nice little plate for Tarak and put little vegetables on the side. I'm not entirely sure what his diet consists of. And I'm gonna just take it outside and like get within like 5 feet of him.
Mhm.
And just be like, I'm just gonna leave this right here.
How much of it is actually seafood?
Everything but the vegetables and the bread.
Ooh. I look at it and I just kind of like,
I got you some extra bread.
thanks.
Yes.
Just take the bread and kind of push the. I spoon some vegetables, making sure to keep any vegetables that were touching anything seafood related, like away.
Uh-huh.
And then I just kind of put it in my hands and push the plate back. And I think, thanks. I eat some my bread and vegetables.
Right. Havel goes inside and gets some more bread and vegetables.
What's up, Miller?
Riniya will go inside at this point too.
I just have been periodically like breaking off tiny pieces of bread and dropping them in my pocket.
Eventually, easy. Eventually, Lada notices and says, "Nah."
Oh. Oh.
I'm
Can
sorry.
I
What was
ask
that?
why you're dropping bread into your pocket?
What is your policy on animals at the table?
I mean, I have Marv, so
Ooh. Whoo.
Can we get
Was
a
that-
got him in the chat?
was that funny? Was that a joke?
Very, very,
that was
very
very
funny.
funny.
I'll scoop out Ginger and kind of hold her in
Oh,
my hands.
hello. Hi, can I see her?
You
Him?
may.
It?
Her, Ginger.
Hi, Ginger. I'm Lada. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-mm. Yeah. I don't know what she's saying, but here.
That's how she likes
Thank you.
she likes bread and nuts and sorts like that. So I'll kind of like set her at right next to my place setting gently, and I'll kind of say, "No, clean hands, keep them to yourself." And I'll like push I'll break up the bread in like a few different ways and just like place it on the corner of the plate for her to take.
Mm-hmm. So, might I ask how all of you know Riniya?
We met recently, actually.
Funny story. She was actually looking for somebody else.
They accused me of a crime, and then I punched Edward.
Well,
Actually,
I also
Riniya punched me when when I first met Riniya. I just opened the door and she just hit me right in the schnoz. Oh, it was quite the event.
Wow. I see.
Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't punched Edward yet. I mean,
Hey now, I'm not always intolerable.
uh-huh.
Oh, this is a great episode. I love this. Can't go 10 seconds without laughing.
So, why did you punch him?
Who?
It's not the funnest story. I thought he was a bad guy, so I. Pew.
Well, that's good. It's good to punch bad people sometimes.
Right.
But
Sometimes
then she
not.
got to know me, and we're good now, right, Riniya?
Yeah.
All right. And the rest of you, did she punch all of you as well?
No, luckily no. The three of us, and I gestured to Havel and Katin, were traveling together already, and we ran into this lot and happened to have a similar goal when we heard about the children. So we
To clarify,
yes, the children,
that the
yes.
hag, yes, that kidnapped
kidnapped
children.
the children.
So,
Yes.
And
So
She.
we teamed up to pursue that, and well, we've been traveling together ever since then, really.
Lara,
Very nice.
I don't know if you knew this. Riniya actually delivered the final blow to the hag. She was the one that saved the day. I didn't get to see it. I couldn't make it in time, but I heard it was quite quite impressive.
I happened to see it, and it was very impressive.
We,
Oh, yeah?
Very, yes.
we definitely owe Riniya our lives in many cases.
Absolutely.
Marv is sitting across from you, Riniya, and just kind of like gently kicks your shin and just goes, wow. I'm very impressed with Riniya. I've always been very proud of her. She makes so much progress so quickly. That is amazing. I am very, very proud of you, Riniya. You're doing very well on your own. And the rest of you, what are your goals and ambitions? Are you going to hurt her? Do I need to kill any of you?
No, but this and forgive me, Riniya. Her name was it Thursamine? What was the name of the girl? Jessamine. Oh, really? That's interesting. So, is there a Jessamine that hails around here?
No. Jessamine hasn't been here for a few years.
Great.
Great. But, I mean, she comes and visits every once in a while. Why? Do you want to meet her?
Melora?
No, we were on the subject of people hurting Riniya, so I just wanted to ask if I needed to do something about it, but
What did we talk about?
So a conversation does not necessarily mean hunting Havel, right?
Mm.
So
Riniya is perfectly capable of dealing with Jessamine on her own.
I'm sure
She's done it for many years.
Anyway, aside
very
from people
protective.
that are annoying, perhaps we could find a different subject to conversation.
Well,
And
I
what
would
did
like
you
to
have in mind?
Yes, Cather.
How did you come upon the religion of malice?
That's a great one. Thank you, Havel.
Yes. There are not many followers that tend to follow the god, so I'm just curious. Did it come to you?
Most often, malice does come to his followers. People who seem to be destined for terrible things, who don't wish to be like that, often become followers of malice after he shows them that they don't need to be what they were made to be. And so he came to me when I was younger. I was probably about, I think I was 212 the day that he came to me. And showed me that I didn't need to be everything that I thought I was supposed to. And so I began following him ever since. I first met Marv when I was traveling through the Luninkona Mountains. He was a little stubborn at first, but needed to get away from his home, and so him and I just started traveling together more for the safekeeping than for the company. But he has come to be one of my oldest and most trusted friends, along with Jessamine and Skrosk. Those two characters came along a little while after, before eventually we met Riniya and were able to travel together for several years.
How did you meet Riniya, by the way? Just curious about it.
She found us. We were camping on one of our travels, and she was very small at that point. Looked like she hadn't eaten in days or weeks. But we were camping, just making some food, and she approached. And we ended up having a little skirmish, but in the end, we ended up finding a little bit of light in her, light that we've all come to love. And we just kept her ever since.
I suppose I'm the only. I can't speak for everyone else, right? But I like to agree that Riniya brings light to the people she comes across. She does have that tendency.
Well, she definitely has the ability to sustain life. It's interesting, because we kind of started with a scrimmage of sorts. And now she's the one keeping us all from dying, I suppose. Which is nice.
Riniya has always been a light in the darkness, and she reaches across the table to hold your hand, Riniya.
It's a beautiful sentiment. The idea that you don't have to be what you were born to be.
No, not at all. I like to think that you are who you choose to be, and the path that you take is your own. And there are some that will guide it, and some that will join you on it. But you are in charge of who you are, and you are who you choose to be.
Do you think, in the terms of nature versus nurture, do you think that people are born good or evil?
People are born out of their circumstances, and there are some that have the tendencies to sway one way or the other. But I would argue that it is more nurture than nature.
Okay.
Real quick, at this moment, Cather's gonna stand up. Please excuse me for a minute, and then we'll walk away.
May I make an insight check on Cather?
Go for it.
Needs to pee.
Yeah. It's just hitting the little
The
John.
case.
Why would you
It's
hit
Little
Little
John, and why did he deserve this abuse?
Dirty 20.
Oh,
Dirty
yeah.
20.
No. You, from the moment that she started talking about the religion of malice and how
Right.
opposite it is to what Cather believes, you've been eyeballing Cather, and this abrupt departure definitely makes sense. Yeah.
Riniya has a passive insight of 15. Would she get any sense of this?
Everyone would kind of get a vibe, this whole thing of like, yeah, your destiny doesn't really matter, it's what you choose to be and stuff like that kind of goes against what just about all of you know about Cather.
So I'd like to kind of stand also and make eye contact with Riniya to kind of like be like, I'll go. And I'll go follow Cather.
Did I say something wrong?
No.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Just
Just fine.
long story. Lots of deities.
That is true. There are many deities. Well, why don't we go ahead and clean up, and we can begin gathering some of the supplies that you'll need for your journey. I'm assuming you are going to Luce.
Yes.
The island? All of us?
I would expect some.
Well, someone needs to. You need to get the.
If you all want,
Anderson.
I could go by myself, but no telling I'll come back.
I don't know why. I was assuming only a few of us maybe would go look for the herb.
And if we get into a tussle.
Sorry, what?
And if we get into a fight.
Oh.
A tussle. A rigmarole. A
I understand.
a happy little jaunt, mayhaps.
You fisticuffs.
About the fisticuffs. That's what I was gonna say. Dang it, Aaron.
Listen. I can't do much. Is the thing. Like, if we get in a fight, I could die, right?
Yeah.
And it's not just about me dying. I don't want to get in a fight again. But like, really, like, I mean, dragons, beasts, sea monsters. You guys, you saw Cather took out that giant. Riniya took out the hag. I mean, I can do some illusions.
Can you cast magic?
Some.
Do you know how to heal?
Little.
Can you inspire others with the words that come from your tongue?
I would like to think so.
Then you can do plenty.
Do you think you guys can protect me if I go? Because I know for sure that I can't take anything one-on-one.
We've been doing our best from whence we met you to protect you. I think the purpose of us going in a group and the purpose of us traveling with each other is so we protect each other.
That's fair. I might have to sleep on it, to be honest. Lada,
Feel free.
Yes.
what do you think about this whole ordeal? You were obviously talking about how you don't think the island is a good idea. Is there any alternative? Do you think all of us should go? That just seems like... It seems crazy to me.
Well, if you're going to the island, all of you should go. As from my observations, Havel is the sneaky one, and he's about to die, so he can't go by himself. And from the little bit that I have known about him, he'd probably touch something and end up even in a worse condition.
As offended as I may be for that, you're probably right.
So somebody should go with him, somebody that can support him. From what it sounds like, you know quite a bit of useful skills. You
Me?
sound like a... Yes. You can inspire people, you can heal them, you can cast magic.
Listen, I
Are
only
you any good
had...
with a sword?
I only went through a few courses of basic magic training.
Some magic is better than no magic, especially when facing the creatures that you would be. And besides, stealth would be your top priority. You would not be going in there swords blazing.
I like that idea. No running across weird fields, Havel. Do you remember that? Yeah, that was
Did I
bad.
get across?
I guess, but still.
Well, then why are we still arguing about this?
I would
my
recommend that
house?
all of you go, if you do go. Otherwise, there are other places that you could go. I don't think any of them are as close, but
Edward,
Yeah.
are you're concerned about how useful you can be, right?
There's that, and then there's also, like, if I get in a pickle, like, there's
Sure.
not a lot I can do, right? I'm
What
not going to, like,
what do you think I'm good at? What
a monster.
what can I do? What can I do? Tell me. What are my skills?
You can sneak around.
Sure. So can
You're
Melora.
very sneaky.
Yeah.
You can wield a dagger quite well.
So can you.
Yeah.
I can get maybe one good hit in. Anything past that, it
You can
gets
do
kinda
mage
tricky.
hand.
Yes,
You're good at chess.
I am good at chess.
Listen,
My skills don't exceed much past the finer things. Can I try to pickpocket him?
me?
yeah, roll a sleight of hand check with disadvantage.
You... What? If it's
Just
under the
curious.
table.
Well, it's
Can I-
because of his hands and because you're talking to
Oh,
him as
that's
you're doing
fair.
it. That's why.
Can
he
I
has
have
disadvantage.
can I have had cast mage hand and crawled it over to him, like behind
Just a
him?
little hand.
Sure, you'll still be with disadvantage.
Okay.
Riniya has gone very quiet since both Cather and Melora have left.
It's
What'd you
just a 12.
What's your passive perception, Grant?
Oh, 11.
You managed to pickpocket him.
All right,
That
what do you want to
wasn't-
pickpocket off
was-
of me?
I just take. I don't even like.
I have a
take-
watch.
Yeah, I don't even take
Does
any.
that
I
count?
take his watch. Sure.
It's a
You
pocket
should
watch.
take it off his wrist.
It's
Oh,
a
okay,
pocket
perfect.
watch made
I
by
just-
J.R. Collins. I made this
Oh,
up
yes.
way back. I think this
I
was,
remember it.
was
yes.
that in my one shot?
Yes, I
Yeah.
think so.
I take
knows?
I take his pocket watch and then I bring the mage hand back to me and I just go, "This is all I'm good for."
How long
I-
have you had that?
Put it back down on the table and I go, "I just got it."
What?
And I go, "If you ever question your own use, remember you're in good company." And now is gonna go
Now-
back to the rocking chair if the dwarf isn't there.
Now, if you're talking about good company, what about Lada? Lada, you clearly know plenty of magic. You've taught Riniya what she knows, right? Why don't you come with us? You could do so much.
I am well past my prime and am not going to that island of my dead lover.
Understandable. I get that.
There.
So while you guys
Cricket
finish up
noises.
the last little bit of your conversation,
Mhm.
Cather and Melora. Cather, you, I'm assuming, exit.
Yeah, because I
Okay.
didn't ask if there was a spare
Yeah, no, you leave the. It's a small place, not really fit for multiple people to be living in. But you leave and go out towards the edge of the cliff, breathing in the salty air that smells of the sea, taking in the breeze. The rain has come and gone. It's just a brief little bit of rain. And so you do have that like after the rain smell along with the sea breeze. It's a very, very calming, peaceful place. You can tell why someone would retire here.
Yeah.
And you stand there on the cliff edge.
Yeah, I just stand and take it in, just with my eyes closed, breathing, before eventually just kind of sitting down and just kind of taking it all in.
I'm going to not say anything actually, and just sit beside him and sort of just offer my presence if he wants to have a conversation.
Yeah, I sit there probably for a while, not necessarily even noticing at first. Melora, you told me once that you don't have a very good past with your family, right?
That's one way of putting it.
And Tarak, he comes from a desert wasteland of murdering psychopaths.
Also one way to put it, I suppose.
And apparently Riniya has her own, if her mentor is to be believed, dark past, based off of who Malice chooses. And that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. I just find it interesting, peculiar, not necessarily odd.
Which part?
How is it that so many people who are all very different have such similar backgrounds?
Interesting to think about. How about you? Didn't much know if your oath was telling of a dark past or not, but
It was.
so I think that, in my opinion, everyone has some kind of dark past. It just depends on the shade of the darkness. I mean, Edward, he claims that he hasn't had a hard life, and he probably hasn't in many ways, but I have a feeling that he doesn't have the best relationship with his father. And so that's his own kind of dark past, and some of us have darker pasts, and it just seems to be a spectrum of, one's experience isn't a discrediting of another's, just in case they're different in severity. It doesn't mean that it wasn't hard for that person growing up. It doesn't mean that they're any less qualified to have struggles than the other. So I think that everyone struggles. It just depends on what kind of struggle you have and who's around to help you with it.
Yeah. And I agree with all that. I believe everyone goes through something, or at least to some capacity, and I think a lot of the conflict that people have with each other is because they assume that they had the worst of it. And they have a right to, I don't know, be entitled.
I would agree. Many people are angry at their dark past, and so it comes out in different ways, and they channel that anger sometimes towards the people around them because they are having their own struggles, and it's hard when you're struggling yourself, I'm sure. Are you struggling?
This whole journey to this town, it's kind of reminded me of home, actually. The rolling hills, the fields, the grass.
Aye. Is that a fond memory?
It was. I love my home and my family back in it. But also I can't help but think it's been almost a whole 6 months. I haven't even managed to send a letter back to them. And that's its own thing, really. It's not really related to why I left. How do I word this? I love that Malice gives people an opportunity to be something different. I don't know. Something about it just doesn't feel right to me.
Well, it goes against everything from what I've seen you believe.
Yeah. And I guess maybe I'm confused, angry in some ways. I don't feel like I have a choice. I get that other people like to believe that they choose to do what they want, and I understand that, and I think that they do. But I don't think I have a choice. And I don't think I've had one for a very long time.
I dinna pretend to understand your position that you're in, but I certainly know what it feels to not really have a choice. And, you know, from what I've noticed and observed about your gods, it doesn't seem like choice is one of the pillars. It's about just making true what's already supposed to happen, which can feel very suffocating in some ways. For some, it can be comforting. You know, you will never have to make a hard decision or a choice because it's already decided for you. That can be comforting. My father kind of believed that a lot of the time, so did my mother. Interesting, actually. I never brought it up, but my mother used to have us, if an animal died, if a plant was lost, or someone in the village, we did pray to Oracle sometimes. My mother was very religious in that way, but I can understand how you may not have felt that up until this time, but when you're presented with someone who has a choice, then it brings forth the question of, like, well, do I? How does that make you feel?
I don't know, really. The idea of choice is nice, and people certainly make their own choices through life, and I've certainly made my own. But there was a choice that I made a while ago, and I think it put me on a path that is very hard to walk away from. And I'm not saying that I want to. I'm not saying that I feel some form of regret or pain. I don't know. It just sits interestingly.
Sure.
Thank you.
For what?
For coming over here and listening to a friend.
You're welcome.
Is Melora sitting down?
Hmm?
Yeah, okay. How far away from me is she?
Little gap between you guys.
Just a little gap. Do I do it? Aaron, I can't look at you right now, okay? So I'm going to put my hand up on my screen.
What are you gonna do, Drew?
Stop it, Aaron. I would like to give Melora a hug.
Okay. As soon as you touch her, your vision almost like you go into the third person. Suddenly you're looking at both of you guys as you embrace her, and I need you to roll 3d20s.
Oh.
Question mark?
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
That's how many times Melora stabs you before she realizes.
Now time to play God Roulette.
Okay. So this is session now
14.
one and a half of being a Oath of Destiny paladin.
So this is to see this is a d20 for each member.
All right, DJ,
Of
this is what I'm
the
starting
Destiny
with,
group.
just in case you
Which
care.
one is that? Which one is that?
This is a
It
Daria.
well, actually, it doesn't matter. I
But-
choose. Never mind.
But
So
just in case
each
you
of these
care.
d20 is for each one of his gods, and it's to see whether or not they join in on the group hug.
That's so wholesome.
I wish it was that.
Totally not the gods about to condemn Cather
Right, yeah.
for even questioning destiny,
Oh no, he wasn't questioning Destiny.
even
All right,
considering it.
what are the
Okay.
three numbers that you got?
I got
Even talking about it.
14, 11, and a 2.
All strong
Okay.
numbers.
So you have a so it's 11.
It's 14, 11, 2.
Yeah, no. It's 11 for Adaria.
Yeah.
14 for Ozilok,
Okay.
2 for Oracle.
Okay.
It's wild to me that
Okay.
Azulok is
Okay.
one of your
Okay.
gods.
Okay. I have to re-remember what that means. Give me-
Okay, we can talk about it later. But yeah,
give me like 10, like a.
you go into like the third person and have this out of body experience before all of a sudden you're back there with her red hair kind of almost half covering your face as you hold onto her tightly. Melora, he goes and he leans in to give you a hug. Do you accept?
Aye.
Yeah. So you accept, and at first it's really nice and gentle, and then he squeezes really hard for just a second before kind of almost rolling his head back and letting go.
Faints.
Everything just goes dark. I just
He dies.
am wide-eyed for a second before I stand up and kind of just look around for a second.
Are you alright?
I am standing like 15 feet back, slowly eating vegetables. I wave.
Are you alright?
Yeah. I just had a vision, I think.
Oh. Okay. Do you
Um,
want to?
that's kind
Was
of
it-
that was kind of weird, and that never happened before. Just like keep
As
looking,
you-
like looking around, like
Yeah. As you look back on it, it was hard in the moment to kind of compute everything. It was like this third person, and then a bunch of images flew past you. But as you look back, you can see Melora in different places, in different timelines,
right.
with different events going on.
Sure.
None of them concrete by any means, but they're there. Sometimes there are times when she looks exactly the same. There are times when she looks much older. There are times where she's in places that you've never seen. There are times when she's in places that you're very familiar with. All over, all this flood of information before you come to.
Right.
DM, really quickly.
Yeah.
Not to like barge it on this. What time of day is it? Is it really late?
It's dark now, yeah.
Would I assume that the whoever ran the smithy is probably asleep?
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, I wasn't kidding. I am standing awkwardly 15 feet back. Just kind of like, hey.
I just kind of, I'll kneel down next to Melora, who I assume is still sitting down,
Aye.
and I'll just kind of say quietly, I think our journey is going to be longer than we thought.
Alright.
And I'll kind of stand up and offer a hand to help her up.
I'll take it. I'm kind of ignoring Tarak right now.
Say, look, just go back inside.
Wait.
I'll-
This is very important. Do you let go of her hand?
And how?
The step-by-step process of how you let
If
go
you
of
were to
Melora.
give a direction of the hand that lets go first, is it from the pointer or is it from the pinky?
In which order
Do
do
you
the
move your
fingers
body
move?
away first, or
Are you
left?
I'll
inhaling
just-
or
okay,
exhaling at
okay.
this moment?
I could save you if you'd
Sorry,
like.
If after
No.
Is your plan is Saturn in retrograde?
after she,
Are you a Virgo?
oh my goodness, Aaron.
What is Kath?
After she stands up, I'll give her a hand as just a slight squeeze before I let go and walk towards the house.
Alright.
Nice, well done.
I will take a second.
Is that an acceptable answer, guys? Did I make it out of the lion's den?
I disapprove.
What do you want me to do? Just pull her in and kiss her? What do you want from me,
No.
Havel?
Well, do you
No.
want an honest
Well,
answer to
now
that or
you
no?
said it.
Moving on. Anyway, so
I give if in the background I give a double thumbs up to Melora.
Instead of the aggressive reaction she had before, she kind of just gives him wide eyes of like, not helping, thank you, and follows.
You're doing great.
Yeah,
Doing great.
really quick. Just because this is important for continuity's sake and stuff. Havel took his bedroll, left everything else there. Took his bedroll, left his boots, has taken off his jacket and shirt and rolled up his pants and is going to try to make his way to the beach.
okay, there is
Each
a
episode.
rickety, like a sea-worn staircase that leads down the cliff. The cliff is probably about 40 feet tall, and so it's solid and it's secure, but it's worn and haggard. And creaky, yes. But you can make your way down to the beach pretty easily.
Okay. Havel is going to lay out his bedroll.
Mhm.
Kind of like, can I notice the high tide marker?
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of before that.
Yeah.
But isn't gonna lay in it yet. And he's going to kind of sit just close enough that the waves will like kind of lap up against his, like, you know, like the whitewash will lap up against his feet, but won't soak him. And kind of looking at his bony feet and hands and thinking back to everything that's happened the last few days. He's just kind of look at the stars and go, nature, nurture, destiny, destiny. And he's going to start reciting a prayer. More specifically, the nightly prayer that his father would recite.
Yeah. While all this has been going on, Riniya, when Cather and Melora left, and then everybody else started dying down, Lada came up to you. You know, you don't have to, as always, but I noticed that you are a little quiet. Do you want to talk about something? Do you just want a hug? You gotta speak up, girl. These old ears.
Ooh.
There you go.
Okay. I actually need to tell you something.
Okay. Do you want to go to my room?
Yeah.
Okay. And she leads you back to her room, which is the only thing in this house that is kept clean and organized.
I've slipped up a few times.
Okay. Well, that's okay. The important part is coming back. It's unfortunately almost impossible to never let this happen again. But everyone can come back from the dark. Especially you. Oh my gosh, yes. You know far more than me about all of this. And you are far stronger than me.
That's definitely not true.
It is. And she grabs both sides of your face. It is. You are the strongest person I know. There's a reason why, and she taps your chest where your symbol is. You're his favorites. Why he chose you. It's not because of what I taught you. It's because of who you are. And what you're going to do. And who you choose to be.
I don't want to hurt any of them.
Baby, the reason you surround yourself with people like this is because they'll be there for you, even if you hurt them. You know that you're going to slip. That's how it is. You surround yourself with the people that will take care of you when you do.
But what if they don't believe in me?
Well, that is something that is developed over time. And while you were gone for 4 months without talking to me,
I'm sorry.
you guys have spent a good amount of time together. And it seems like they trust you. At least a couple of them care very deeply about you.
No, and I care very deeply for them, and I'm very happy to be here.
I'm so happy you came here. It has been a long 6 months without you.
And the whole 4 months thing was a total accident. We were in the Feywild, and time gets really weird, apparently.
Why were you in the Feywild?
It was
That is
an
not any
accident.
better.
There was a
That
frog.
doesn't-
He was
no.
really mean to me.
Okay. And she just pulls you into a hug.
Guys,
I would slip
think,
up about a frog being mean to me too.
guys, I think that was my favorite line of Riniya ever. Period. Hands down. Then flip over the table because you're laughing so hard.
I would slip up too if a frog was being mean to me.
He was really rude.
Do you need to talk about that too?
Maybe later. I'll be back in like an hour, 30 minutes, and then Riniya is gonna give her another hug.
She squeezes you very, very tightly.
And then Riniya is going to head outside,
Mhm.
go find Tarak.
Mhm. And it's just about at this point that Cather's coming back inside, and you pass him as he just comes in the door. You pass him to see Tarak just going like this to Melora.
And
Melora's like
kind
very
of,
red and like blushing.
Yes.
That's not awkward.
To Tarak.
Hey,
Hi.
you're doing great. Shoo now.
Can I ask a favor of you?
Yeah, what's up?
Will you sit with me while I do my ritual again?
I would love nothing more than this.
Okay. And then Riniya is gonna set up all her ritual things.
Yeah. You set it up just along the edge of the cliff, almost in the exact spot that you would always set up whenever you were here. There is almost a little wear spots in the grass, even though it's been several months since you were here. From how many times that you've done this ritual in this spot, it catches just the glint of either the sunlight or the moonlight just enough to reflect on the water and gives you the best view while also being able to feel the breeze the most. And it's just probably the most calming and relaxing place that you are familiar with. And you begin to set up your ritual and go through your ritual. Yes, Havel?
I was just gonna say, I couldn't find it earlier, so I didn't say it, but I did prepare an actual prayer, like a really small prayer.
Okay, go for it.
So,
Yes.
Havel just kind of sitting there, and if you were setting up your thing, he probably would say it loud enough that you might be able to hear it over the soft waves. It is really small, so don't expect anything too much. O Aprion, my all-knowing tactician, guide my tongue, for it is lead and cannot maneuver. Guide my hands, for they are stone and cannot carry the weight of my actions. Fuel my heart, for it bleeds imperfections. May every pulse carry me closer and closer to perfect peace. May my friends and my sleep fill me with other bliss and eternal joy. And may every hearth that I come across warm, the wood, the food, and the embers, with nothing but eternal rest. And he just mutters that is going to kind of sigh and sleep on his bedroll.
With all of you going through your nightly routines,
I want to
And-
point out, I hate to interrupt. I'm not going to have any dialogue. I just want to point out that Edward and Marv were left in the kitchen together.
oh no, Marv left.
Okay, good. I just noticed that and I was like, that can't be good. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
glad
no,
I figured out-
everybody left, and Marv just kind of like looked at you.
And
and
Edward was
kinda,
just like,
looked at Marv,
yep.
and
Hey.
then Marv just like got up abruptly and left.
I feel like Edward tried to start conversation and then,
As soon as you say something, Marv gets up and
Like-
leaves.
so.
Oh,
he's just like,
gone.
okay, I'm glad we cleared that up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No,
So-
now you're alone with Ginger, actually, because
I love Ginger.
because I left for Cather, but left Ginger at the table.
He
'cause
goes off the
everyone
table.
else was
Shoot.
at
No,
the
I'm just kidding.
table.
He doesn't, he doesn't do that.
You vile rodent.
No. Him and Ginger are chill. Okay, DM, continue on your little spiel, because
Pulls up the crossbow.
So-
I just needed closure. Thank you.
with all of you finding your rest, that is where we are going to end tonight's session.
No.
Yay.
Thank God.
Yeah. So
I was gonna die.
come back hopefully next week to have them continue their adventure to the island of Luce, to hopefully get some herbs and not die of some giants or dragons or something else. What's up?
We will be keep people posted on the Instagrams.
Yes, we will let you guys know what we end up deciding and what needs to happen. Hopefully a day or two in advance, but it might be day of. But yeah, we'll figure all that out. Definitely come back next week for whatever content we are producing, because it'll be great no matter what. We promise. Yeah. So, is there anything else that we need to say, guys? Happy New
Share
Year.
us with your friends.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was
It's,
gonna say.
it's always good at that.
I was gonna say it's 2021. We're so excited to spend this year with you all, and we're so excited to create more things for you. And
100%.
so yeah, that's all I was gonna say. Share it with your friends,
Also-
and let's have a great year.
Yeah,
Also,
100%.
buy our merch. If you know, it's a holiday. It's the tail end of the holiday seasons, but it's not too late to get you or your loved ones some sick, nasty D&D swag.
Oh,
So-
no.
Feel free to check out our merch store
Oh no.
and get yourself a pocket ginger. They're adorable.
It's
you
true.
wanna
Pocket
look
gingers.
Augie, visit the.
No, okay, we're stopping now. Good night and Godspeed, Dungeoneers. So long.
Snack.
Yo.